a little afternoon British boxing today. Hopefully you guys had a good fourth. This first fight, I am not expecting much. A late replacement. So Wardley should have a pretty easy night ahead of him. Pretty easy job. But obviously we're here for the main event mostly. This is going to be a card where Eddie shows a lot of his talent that is up and coming and he's trying to build. So I'm not expecting a ton of really tough matches. Just definitely not expecting that at all. Oh man, Healy is 9-9 with 2 KOs. Oh yeah, this is going to be an easy night for Wardley right here. Big boy's going to probably gas out in probably the third. British boxing in a nutshell. Wardley, I don't have anything against the kid. He's not, he's 9-9. Wardley he's British level for sure. He's British level. So, Corpse, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Wardley's definitely British level last time I saw him, but he's 27, so he's not a bad age to be kind of slowly working his way up. I wouldn't put him at the level of some of the top guys. Like, he's not really in that top 20 yet, but he's trying. He's a little simplistic, but you know, we'll see how he does. He still has a little bit of time. I'd love to see him fight Daniel Dubois. You know, on another, granted they're not under the same promotion, but still, you know, eventually kind of moving up to that next level. I think right now he's just trying to get rounds today, obviously with a late replacement. Healy with a nice little body shot. Frank Sanchez might be a little too dangerous for him. But you know, there's definitely some guys on the fringe that he could test out. So the one thing about Wardley though is he always shows up in pretty good shape. He never looks too sluggish in later rounds. Granted, he doesn't, I mean, he's doing 8 rounds, but still, he shows up in shape, which I appreciate. He seems like he's taking it pretty serious. I know Frank couldn't, Frank is not a power puncher, that's for sure. Yeah, he couldn't stop Christian Hammer, which is not a good look at all. Not a good look. You know? Especially when you consider how Joe Joyce made Christian Hammer look so amateur. I think Wardley's going to try to... going in for the body shots. We might get a first round knockout here. And it's down. He might not. He's going to get up, but he's going to look... he's looking pretty phased right now. You bet $10,000. White gets the winner of tonight's main event. I don't know what White's... huge uppercut. Wardley's going to probably try to get him out of here. Which, good for him. It's exactly what he should do. If he can do it, do it. You don't get paid for extra rounds. Oh, he's holding behind the head a little bit there. But... you know, this is clearly an opponent that should be easy work for him. Get in there, get the knockout, get paid, go home, get ready to fight someone that you actually will have a challenge against. Healy's doing a couple little body shots that aren't bad, though. You know? White versus Pulev is going to be next. Ooh. Either Pulev versus Valine. I don't have a problem with that. Not a bad little first round. Not bad. He didn't lay off the gas too much. Try to bring it to him a little bit. It feels weird doing a stream this early in the day. Ooh, beautiful straight right hand. Healy also has a tendency to square up quite a bit when he's throwing punches, which makes him a huge target. Hence why he got hit with that right hand. You know how Eddie rolls. Yeah, of course. Of course. So, all right. Let's see if I'm going to say Wardley's going to get him out either this round or the third round at the latest. I don't see it going past that. You know? We're going to finally see Jake lose. I think Jake's taking on a pretty serious opponent. It's a big step up. Oh, big shots from Wardley right now. Oh, right. Oh, he's down. And they threw in the towel. I mean, the ref can't ignore the towel being thrown in. And it's over. Easy work. Easy work. Yeah. So, we kind of saw that happening. Tonight we have Mark Masayo versus Ray Vargas. I don't know if I'll be able to stream for that one. I might be able to tag on to that one, do a double stream today. As you all know, Mark Masayo was the individual that beat Gary Russell Jr. and took the WBC belt away from him, which was much deserved. Ray Vargas is not a bad fighter, so Ray Vargas is tall and lean, so that'll be an interesting fight. John exposed Tommy for not even training for the Paul fight. Ooh, there's no evidence Tommy actually was denied entry. I think it's all very interesting. I think it's all very interesting in general. Look, this is my one thing with Tommy Fury, okay? Tommy Fury versus Jake Paul, and why I believe that Tommy would probably want to take the fight is the amount of money that's probably being thrown around for that fight, and the casual market value that you could possibly gain by if he does beat Jake Paul. And let's say they do a 2-fight deal, even if there's a rematch clause in there, like there's a lot of stipulation there to make yourself a lot of money if you're Tommy Fury, as well as get like a lot of boost with casual fans. So I don't see it as a bad thing. But yeah, it's not happening, as we know. Masayo walks him down. The only thing with Mark Masayo is that he gets hit a lot. So that would be my one thing that'd be, you know, Gary Russell is not known for power at all. Vargas has a little bit more probably, but still, that's my only thing that makes me nervous about him, is how much he gets hit with that come forward style. Lomachenko is talking about fighting in October. And he wants to fight Haney versus Kambosos winner. So was with DAZN. I can't remember who Ray Vargas is with, to be honest with you. Let's see if I can. Yeah, exactly. I think Lomachenko will probably do a warm-up fight in October. He said that he's ready to fight in October. And once he does that warm-up fight, I would assume that he does it right around the same time that Haney and Kambosos do their rematch. And then boom, he fights the winner. That's what I'm assuming he's trying to go for. He's trying to gun for. So that's what I would assume, at least. I mean, I think Haney fighting Kambosos is a fight that people aren't super excited for. Loma versus Isaac Cruz. Isaac Cruz is kind of tailor-made for someone like Loma. Isaac Cruz is absolutely tailor-made for Lomachenko. Loma loves guys that comes forward like that. So Isaac Cruz doesn't have any reach advantage. He doesn't have a real skill advantage. He's tough. And he comes straight forward. It's a great warm-up fight. It's actually a really good warm-up fight for Loma. Because Loma would use his footwork to absolutely razzle-dazzle and just get his way in that fight. So that would be kind of fun. I kind of like that. I'd feel bad for Isaac Cruz because I think he'd get beat and kind of embarrassed in a way. But at the same time, you know, if he gets paid. And of course, my stream goes down. But he does have a hell of a chin. It looks like DAZN just went down. DAZN just went down. Damn, dude. DAZN just having DAZN problems, of course. What else is new? Cruz got a hell of a chin, though. He does. The thing is, especially with a guy like Cruz compared to like a Lomachenko's, Loma's not going to hit him once and knock him out. It's just not his style. That he just doesn't have that one punch power. He is going to hit him like 50 times though in one round. So I think that's the problem, is that he wears you down from just a physical beating as well as the mental beating, because you just don't know what to do. So other news. Let's talk about some other news. Errol Spence on Terrence Crawford fight. It's closer now than it's ever been, which is what we all want to hear. I think Errol Spence versus Crawford is a must-have fight. It's a must. It's a must at this point. If they don't do it now, they're gonna lose out. They're gonna lose out on this fight. So they're gonna lose out on the possibility of it for sure. Hey Joe, thanks so much for the follow, by the way. Sorry, I just saw that. Well, I'm dicking around with my stream. So, you know, I think it's interesting in terms of who's going to be the B side in that. Because we know Crawford never wants to be the B side. And I think it's fair to say that the money is going to be important, but A side, B side is going to be the big thing. I don't think either guy wants to be considered the B-side for obvious reasons. I don't think we have to just overcome a lot, but now it's so much better that Crawford's not with Top Rank. That makes the biggest difference as well. So there might be just more money in the pot. There has to be so much more money in the pot for Crawford. Because you know Bob. Bob's taking a good cut of that fucking fight, man. He's gonna take a sweet paycheck for that fight, and Crawford's gonna be sitting there going, "Where's my money?" Well, you know, we had to do so much promotion and everything, so you know, I think now that Bob's out of the picture, things are going a little bit smoother, a little bit easier. I think that's possibly a good element of it. You know? But yeah. Other news. Plus Spence has 3 belts, so yeah. Canelo's loss to Bivol makes him a non-list worthy for pound. That's a bad take. Of course, that comes from Derek James, the Jamel Charlo's trainer. I would have to disagree with that take. I would say if you look at his resume, you know, I would absolutely disagree with that. But then again, you know how the Charlos are when it comes to cinnamon. You know how it is. They don't mix. It's like oil and water. They don't like each other. You know, another day fight. How's it going, man? So honestly, the way I look at it is, if I had to pick one time to stream for either fight, would it be for Magsayo versus Vargas, or would it be Derek Chisora versus PULEV? It's obvious. Derek Chisora versus PULEV 2 is just more exciting for me. It's a lot more fun. You know, I think also it's, you know, it's fun to be able to like hang out with some UK boxing fans a little bit more. Most of the time when we do our streams, it's not really accessible for people in the UK, you know. Plus, who doesn't love listening to David Hay and Tony Bellew? Who doesn't love that? You know? The 2 greatest boxers of all time. Amazing commentary. What do you mean Snipes? What's wrong with Snipes? I thought Snipes is US. Oh, he's from, I thought he for sure he was US. Every time I've been in a stream, we've talked about like barbecue and stuff like that. At least he seems he's American. I don't know if he lives in the UK or not. I could be wrong on that. I don't believe so. Actually, I don't know for sure. I don't believe so. Let me double check. That's actually a good question. I never even thought of that. Is he that? I have no idea. WC Bridgerweight division is going anywhere in boxing, yes or no? Good question, actually. That's a great question. I think it's kind of one of those divisions that will be utilized by people like Eddie Hearns to get belts for fighters that just can't compete at the top level at heavyweight. So it's going to be one of those. It's gonna be one of those. It's not gonna be a belt that's ever respected, but it is gonna be a trinket that's gonna be thrown around for guys like Eddie Hearn to get a little bit of recognition on certain fighters that are up and coming. You know what I mean? So that's how I see it. I see it more as just another way for the WBC to make money. And, you know, someone like a Daniel Dubois, I don't think he could make the weight, but if he could make the weight, you know, how's this fight card look? I mean, it's gonna be a fan favorite if you're a UK fan. I mean, Wardley is not a bad fighter. He's definitely got kind of sandbagged for this fight because of the fact that late replacement. Personally, it's not probably my favorite card, but you know, depends. It's all relative. If you're probably getting it for free. I know, Shrek. If you're getting it for free in the UK, I mean, it's fantastic card, right? I mean, Felix Cash, fun fighter. Looking through a couple of these, I mean, none of it's the best of the best, but it's a fun card. WC Bridgerweight division is a bad idea for boxing. Should be abolished. Also canceled. Waste of time. Pure garbage. Hey, I don't have a problem with it being canceled. That's for sure. Last thing we need is more belts. I think it's going to be utilized. Like I said, it's going to be utilized for like people like Eddie Hearns to say that this guy's a world champion. That's what it's going to be used for. It's not going to be used for good things. It's not going to be utilized so that way it gives people a real opportunity, right? It's just to make money. And there's a reason that the WBC is the only one doing it. Honestly, there's a bigger gap, if you ask me, between, you know, what you see in light heavyweight and cruiserweight, because you're seeing 200 pounds from 175 pounds. That's a bigger jump to me than what people are seeing from cruiserweight to heavyweight most of the time. I don't think Bridgerweight's absolutely needed for sure. And that's why I think a lot of people rolled their eyes at 225 pounds is just not enough. I mean, Usyk's fighting at around that weight. He's doing just fine, as we just saw. We need to redo the we definitely need to shrink down the amount of divisions and belts and everything, for sure, no question. But yeah, Shrek, I mean, he just showed up one day in Discord. And he just is very, very passionate about UFC. Cruiserweight's already, yeah, dude, super weak. Cruiserweight's always been that division, though. It's never been a division where people fall in love with it all that much, except for when you get a few big stars that came out of it, right? Usyk while he was there, guy like Evander Holyfield. Like, it's just never been that strong of a division overall. Honestly, it's a holding place for a lot of people that can make the weight to eventually go up to heavyweight. That's what it is. That's what cruiserweight is, right? Which is fine. That's fine. But at the same time, I don't know if he is. I'm trying to look up Snipes right now to see if he is. You know? He might be Shrek. I don't know. 190s, 180s should be light heavyweight. Just get rid of the cruiserweight division because, yeah, majority of them are heavyweights. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. Honestly, you know, Lawrence Oakley he's a heavyweight. He's 6'6", 200 pounds. When he gets in the ring, he's probably 215, right? Like, he's a heavyweight. You know? So, dude, Bradis did get smashed. And the thing that's a little bit funny about that is how much trash and how much Bradis was focusing on Jake Paul. It's like, dude, you should be focusing on your career right now. You should be focusing on your career right now and not worrying about freaking Jake Paul. Making Jake Paul diss tracks and getting Jake Paul tattoos. Instead of doing that, you should focus on your career. Because this is what happens when you don't. I mean, ridiculous. All right, we got to get a little 10-rounder here. You know, Freitas does spit bars, though. These guys are going at it right now. I love this. This looks like a nice little scrap. Nice jab work. You know who I want to see do commentary for DAZN? Because I think he'd be hilarious, and I think he'd do a really good job, actually. Is Dave Allen. Dave Allen's a funny dude, man. And I think he'd be a nice change of pace. There's only two fighters that are, yeah. Any value at 190, yeah. They're both heavyweights is sad, exactly. Machich is this guy's name? I've never heard of him before. He's aggressive, though. I like that. Good first round. Good first little round. All right, let's see what else is in news for boxing while we're waiting for this. Eddie Hearn denies Anthony Joshua will retire if he loses to Usyk rematch on August 20th. You know? Will you say hello to Hazel? Nice stream. Thank you, Matt. Hello, Hazel. I think that's good. I don't think AJ should retire if he loses to Usyk. Honestly, now I will say this. He has so much money. I don't know if he needs to continue fighting. But, you know, I don't think we should ever think that AJ's done if he loses to Usyk again. You know. Usyk's a pretty special talent, so. And plus, there's always the Fury fight for AJ. I mean, AJ could do so much. He's at that age, too, where he's young enough that he could continue to fight if he wanted to. He could retire and be very well respected for what he's done. You know. It's all up to him what he wants to do. I mean, the guy has hundreds of millions of dollars. He really doesn't need to fight. So, you know, and I think someone like AJ, yeah, he could absolutely do like small little parts in movies, especially in Hollywood. He has the physical size and physique. He could do like, he'd be like a guy that you could have in Fast and the Furious who doesn't have to have like more than a couple witty lines, you know? It is probably the big, I mean, I would say Klitschko was probably his biggest fight of his career because it really was such a massive deal at Wembley Stadium. But this is probably one of the most career-defining fights of his career for sure. I would say Klitschko was his biggest, like, amazing fight for him, just because it did so much for him. McGregor versus Poirier 3 has to. Oh man. Conor McGregor, man. I cannot bet on Conor McGregor anymore in any fight. You know? Did the fight end? No, we are only in the second fight so far. We still have a couple more fights until the main event. So you're good. So we have probably 2 hours or so until main event, depending on how things go. Conor McGregor at 190. Holy shit. Is that just walking around weight though? So second round so far is starting to get more and more lopsided. More and more lopsided this fight. All this music that they're playing right now is like straight out of like 2003. It's all 2003 hip hop. Drop It Like It's Hot by Snoop Dogg was like, came out when I was like in high school. I see someone on Twitter said that tonight would have been the perfect fight card for Alan Babic. The Savage Babic, man, he's such a fun fighter to watch. Him versus Chisora. That fight needs to happen. That fight needs to happen. But Cheech is taking a lot of just simple jabs. He's not really able to get past that jab. Oh, huge right hand. Ajako's really laying it on now. Beautiful work from him. He's dominated this fight now. You don't know the Savage Babbage? Or Babic? You know Alan Babic, come on. You've seen him, Shrek, you've seen him before. Croatian, I believe he is. He's sloppy as hell. But he's fun. You know him. Hold on. You know him, Shrek. Yeah, he's from Croatia. Him and Hrgovic definitely should fight at some point. Yeah, I knew you knew who he was, Shrek. He's fun. He's not what you'd call talented, but he's fun. This kid's pretty slick, I gotta say. Jocko's doing a pretty good job. Oh, beautiful, beautiful combination. Nice, nice. And Duo, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, he's got that bar fighting style. Yeah, he does. That's why him and CHISORA would be fun. Thoughts on Jake Paul's opponent? It's actually a step up. We were talking about it in Discord. By the way, if you aren't part of the Discord, links down below if you're on YouTube. And if you're here on Twitch, check out the Discord. If you like talking about fight stuff, this is a perfect place. Derek, what's going on? I think it's gonna be a much better fight for him, actually. It's a legit fight for him. And you can look at in general his opponent in terms of just, has his opponent faced the greatest opponents? No. But who has after 9 fights, right? US has some pretty good fighters, yes. Right now, not so much at heavyweight. We have some great ones at welterweight in particular. We have some, Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney. You know, Charlo brothers are pretty unique, pretty fun. We're getting there though. Did you go pick up some legal edibles yet? That is not legal in my current state. Hey, look, I'll say this. There's nothing wrong with having a little bit of fun. Yeah, that's right, Tank Davis as well. A little bit of fun and watching a little Jake Paul fight. Now, this is my thoughts on that, okay? It's like going out and getting fast food, okay? It's not something you should consume all the time, but once in a while, you know what? Go get that Big Mac. You know what I mean? It is in Minnesota now, really? I had no idea. So yeah, it's one of those things. That's the fun thing with Jake Paul fights. You just don't, the thing with them, you never know what's going to happen. You don't know if he's going to win. You don't know if he's going to get knocked out. You know. Interesting. I'm totally out of the loop on that. Spar Jake talked about how Jake Paul's a horrible sparring partner. Dude acts like a legit 5-year-old. I could see that. I could absolutely see that. Yeah, see, that tells you how much I'm up to date on the news here in Minnesota. Honestly, it's been just craziness at work. So, do you think Jake deserves some respect if he beats him? I think he should. Look, respect is all relative, right? Do I respect him in the same way I would respect a title contender? No. But would I respect him in the sense that, like, there's whole thing about, like, fighting a real boxer. You got to fight a real boxer. You have to fight a real boxer, like everyone says, right? This is a real boxer. And guess what? It's an opponent that's arguably better than the opponents that Tommy Fury has fought. You know. So, yeah, you got to give him some. You know, you got to give him some. If he goes in there and he, looks bad and everything like that. Oh no, Jake's never going to go to that level. Jake's always going to be, there's no way he could go to that level. The problem with Jake is that he's at the totally wrong weight class for his size. If Jake really wanted to do something, he should go down to like middleweight. Super middleweight. The problem with light heavyweights, they're all fucking killers at that weight class. As we just saw, we just saw how hard it is to fight guys at light heavyweight for a guy like Canelo. They're the same height, but they don't have the same amount of experience. Beterbiev's been at that weight class for a long time and fought top level, hard-hitting guys. Jake, on the other hand, would be better off going down and trying to be a weight bully. He's not built, nor has he felt that kind of level of power. That's the biggest thing, because even a guy like Jean Pascal, who's worked with Jake, right? That's really tough when you see guys like that, Jake versus Patty in UFC. This is a circus and I love it. I love that too. You don't understand Lomachenko hype. What part of the hype don't you understand? Just like why people like him, or why people have him on like pound for pound lists? I'll tell you why. Because he's the fastest 3-weight world champion in boxing history. The person that had the fastest 3-weight world champion ever was Oscar De La Hoya. And that was after 21 fights. Lomachenko did that in 11. In 11 fights, he had a belt at 3 different weight classes. He took out guys like Rigondeaux. Nicholas Walters was an absolute nightmare at that time, and he made them look so amateurish. He made 5 opponents that were top level guys quit. That's the thing that's so unique. He made 4 opponents quit in a row. Literally sit on their stool and quit. So it's like he burst onto the scene and started doing things in a very short period amount of time. And that's why people got really, really hyped for him. And yeah, dude, Derek, the only reason I know this is because I'm like a Lomachenko fanboy. And that's Gary Russell, all that's like, all these guys that he beat were either world champions or former world champions, and he made it look easy. Now, that said, Loma is not really a perfect size for lightweight. And I think one thing that Loma did that was really poor on his part are 2 things. One, he wanted a championship fight in his very first debut fight as a pro boxer. He couldn't get that. He got it for a second. Salido, although was an incredibly dirty boxer, Lomachenko really didn't adapt well to it. And I think he went in a little bit arrogant. He thought, oh, I can go into this, and even though I'm getting low blows left and right, the ref's going to start helping me out. And it didn't happen. So he started turning it on later in the fight and won a lot of rounds late in the fight. But he waited too long. And yet again, what hurt him again against someone like Tio when he fought Lopez was the same thing. He went in with a hurt shoulder, thinking he could beat Tio, and then took too many rounds off, and then had to try to struggle at the end to get a big win. You can't do that at lightweight. You cannot do that. So I think sometimes the ego gets in the way. Loma versus Gambo would be awesome too. I was live at Loma versus Rigo fight in Madison Square Garden. I risked my life driving in a blizzard. That must have been a fun fight to watch though. Loma beat Gary Russell before it was cool. So yeah, that's the hype on Loma really. He has this legendary amateur career. Almost, what was it, 356 fights and 1 loss. And the guy he lost to, he avenged that loss 3 times. 2 gold medals. So that's why. That's why he gets so much hype, to be fair, you know? I think Loma is going to fight the African dude that beat Burchelt. That's possible. I don't see no one else at 135 at top rank. Yeah. I think the idea that Shrek came up with was Isak Cruz would be a fun fight. Granted, Isak Cruz is not top rank material, but I could see a deal being done for that. You know? I could see that happening for sure. And I think that's a tailor-made fight for him. For sure. Right? Because Isak Cruz is a come-forward guy. It makes a lot of sense. Haney at top rank, right? Actually, Devin Haney is his own promoter. So he signs multi-contract deals. He's done it a lot with Top Rank, actually. Derek, I don't even know this fighter all that well. Other than, he's the guy that he just beat Jorge Linares. He lost to Devin Haney. Okay. I do know this guy. I have seen him before. Fights at lightweight, 5'9", 28 years old, Russian. I do remember this kid. I haven't watched him in a long time, though. Probably since the Devin Haney fight. 29. Or 28. He has a little bit of time, but he needs to get moving. Linares win, though. That's pretty good. TKO 12th round. That's pretty solid. PULEV back in traditional boxing after KOing some MMA, dude. PULEV, I think, is going to come out and be a very traditional fighter tonight. Showtime's got the best lineup for tonight. I mean, Showtime does a really good job for the most part. I love Linares, but yeah, he needs to retire. Absolutely, he does. I think he definitely does. Winning on the card for the TKO. That's the one problem with Linares, is he doesn't have the best chin. Just plain simple. He just doesn't have the best chin. And he's getting up there in age, man. Linares is should just ride off into the sunset and just be done. He has nothing else to prove. He's like a 4-weight world champion. He's done a lot. I mean, how much more? You're 36 years old. You talked about when we were watching the Better BF fight. Same with the Russian guy. Talking about during the Better BF fight. Oh, Kovalev. Yeah, Kovalev. Yeah. No. You're right. Kovalev absolutely needs to be done fighting. He's an alcoholic. And that's the problem. He needs to be done. Kovalev back in the day was a bad dude, man. PBC plus Showtime plus Top Rank plus Triller equals should just join forces, team up, merge. Makes sense for boxing. They would if the money wasn't too good to be separate. Colo's got mad issues. Yeah, no, he's got a ton of issues. PBC and Showtime is a really, really good matchmake. Like, they're really good for each other. Top Rank is always going to be with ESPN. And so Triller, the problem with Triller is Triller really fucked up that Tio Cambosis fight. They screwed the pooch on that one. So you know Bob is not going to want to work with Triller again. That's the biggest problem. Triller screwed up that fight so badly that they basically kept Tio out of the ring for a long time. Technically, they're still doing boxing. Some of these YouTube channels make some really good docs. Yeah, recently just saw Canelo Triple G3. There's a lot. Look, there's a lot of good boxing YouTubers. YouTubers that talk about boxing for sure. There's a ton of really, really good channels out there. The hardest part about doing boxing content on YouTube is something like, let's say you type in the title Canelo versus Triple G3, right? The first things that are going to pop up a lot of times are going to be from major networks. So you get pushed way down in search history, and it can be tough sometimes to break through that. You know, it's one of those things with Triller, really, man. Better qualities of heavyweights now than, that's true, than the Klitschko era for sure. That's actually a very good point. I would say now, with Klitschko's, I mean, there was Lennox Lewis around for a little bit, so there was that. But to your point, boxing in general, they always say the way boxing goes is based on the way heavyweight is going, because heavyweight dominates the entire boxing scene. And so when you look at the fight numbers and how people felt about boxing when Klitschko was basically dominating for almost a decade, that should tell you a lot. It didn't go well. The whole jab and grab thing was not very, fan friendly. People didn't really like it, and it just didn't work super well. So, you know, Brooke, do you think Andy Ruiz was better when he was fat? No. I think Andy Ruiz makes an excuse for being fat. He talks about having power. Well, look, I don't think he should. I don't think there's two things with that. One, yeah, sure, you might feel like you have more power if you have, obviously, you're fatter. Okay. But I also watched you gas out and show zero aggression when you fought AJ for a second time. I saw you become an easy target for a very old 40-year-old Chris Arreola. I think Andy Ruiz being 6'1", which he's not. He's 6 foot. Needs to utilize his actual gift, which is hand speed. And with that, he needs to throw more volume. And being fat and being powerful being fat is great. But hand speed is going to be his real bread and butter. Pressure fighting, throwing volume, and having to deal with guys that have massive reach advantages. A dude like AJ having 6 inches of reach advantage on you is really hard to deal with. Really hard to deal with, man. And so you can't gas out. That's the big thing I'm trying to say, is like, gassing out is not an option when you're the smaller guy. You need to have constant hand speed that is going to give guys like AJ issues. guys that are a little bit more predictable. They throw the same punches in the same order. That's why even a guy like Joe Joyce, right? Joe Joyce has a fantastic chin, but he's slow, man. You know, like, he's slow. And that's where a guy like Andy Ruiz, you might not knock him out, but your hand speed's going to be a massive, massive problem. You know, that's going to be a huge problem. Will you stream the match on PULEV? We can't do that. That's why we have Discord. So that's my thoughts on Andy Ruiz being big. How likely Triple G gets stopped by Canelo based on Gaddy's last fight? I would say there's a good chance. There's a good chance that Triple G gets stopped. And it's not going to be from headshots. It's going to be from body shots. That's the one area that Triple G is vulnerable, being 40 years old. Murata actually had some pretty good success going to the body. And Murata's a pretty solid fighter, not the heaviest handed kind of guy, but he's solid. And we know what Canelo can do going to the body. So I think that Triple G and Canelo bring the best out of each other when they fight each other. Top level guys always do that. But I will say that I think that Triple G is going to be, I mean, this is years after he fought him last time. It's hard. It's hard. I love Triple G. I love Triple G. He's such a fun guy to watch. But he's soft to the body at 40 years old. That's where I would go, you know? That's my opinion. I like him a lot. How do you think of, you know, like, I think that, I think that's my, I know some people aren't super interested in that fight. You know? Or I open my old Bible and shit you not, a base set of, hollow Gydros fell out. I used to use cards as bookmarks. Well, shit, Shrek, are they in good condition, man? Like, actually good condition? Because, like, you know? Broadcasting the stream, the boxing match. If so, please confirm. We will be very grateful. Our bank cards for payment on DAZN. Hi, Becky. No, we can't. So technically, we cannot show the fight, as we would be immediately suspended, as well as banned. So what you got to do is, this is what you got to do though. Go down in the description. You'll see a link to Discord. Go into Discord and you'll see a category saying free fight stream links. You click on that. There's a bunch of links there. You click on that and there you go. Because we've had issues with audio. Audio can be picked up and can be copyrighted. So they can hear what you're playing, and even if it's just not even the picture itself. That's the big issue. Right? Like that's where we get in trouble. Because DAZN immediately will pick that stuff up. Glad I could help, Becky. You know? So it's always one of the top questions we get. Especially with DAZN. DAZN is not the easiest platform. So So I literally just explained to people we can't show it because we'll get banned. So we have Discord. So that's how we kind of operate. You know? Dude, Prime Riddick Bow was a problem for everybody. I'd pick Bow is like one of the top 10. Oh, it's all good, dude. You can always ask. Yeah, just join the Discord. We got links in there. Bo back in the day was like an absolute monster. Bo was a freaking absolute monster. It's too bad him and Lennox Lewis never did anything together. Bent as fuck. Oh no, Shrek. Shrek. That's too bad. It's too bad those cards are bent. Okay, we're in the last final round. Kind of watch the Discord VOD. So in the Discord, we have a verified stream that's for verified members, which if you go to the rules or how to become verified, it tells you that. Or you can see right above it says free fight links. Click on that and there you go. The Fury one is because he's proper humble. Strange because at some point he changed into a proper cocky fucker. Yeah, Fury, I have to say, when Fury came back, I was like a huge Fury fan. Because it's kind of that Cinderella story, right? Like, loses all this weight, all that stuff. It's like, yeah, man, he went on Joe Rogan. He did a phenomenal job on Joe Rogan's podcast, by the way. And like, you couldn't help but root for the guy. You know? It's the only watch along and there's 8 people, dude. I don't know. I don't even have 600 followers. That's probably why, LJ. On Twitch, we have about 14 people hanging out. So some people just don't want to do watch alongs too. They just kind of want to watch the fight. So UK cards, MMA at least, have me pumped. I wish the US had the same energy. I would say the UK does a pretty good job in promoting their cards as well. The energy in the UK is better for boxing fights too. US, they don't show up until much later in the card. MMA fights, though, are... I mean, the UFC's phenomenal. Actually have the show on now. Dude, LJ, that's why we started doing live streams and watch-alongs during COVID. Because it was like, how else are we going to hang out with other fight fans? And same reason we made the Discord is because it's like, how else are you going to talk about fight stuff if maybe the people around you aren't super into it like you are? Like, I would go to work and I'd be like, dude, you guys see this fight? And they'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's like, you guys didn't see this fight last weekend? It was amazing. Like, I have, and then you throw out some names and they'd be like, I have no idea who those people are. It's like, okay. Well, it was fun. You guys should check it out a little bit. And you can only do that so many times till eventually you're like, yeah, these people don't really give a shit about boxing. Especially during football season. Not they're all watching college football on Saturday. They're not watching boxing. You know. I think this is going to be a pretty easy card overall in terms of who's going to win this one. I don't know why they keep giving Haley fights. He loses every time. Yeah, I mean, he's a fill-in fight. You know, he's a fill-in fighter for sure. So, I get it, you know. Oh, thanks for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. Not gonna lie, when I first joined here, I was lonely as fuck. The gym got... Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm glad, Shrek. You've been getting in the gym quite a bit. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point of doing live streams during these fights, is that we have fun, hang out, talk about stuff we care about, which other people probably don't, you know? He has 10 wins, but God knows who they were. Yeah, that's true. It looks like Conor Benn to fight in late September, early October. Keith Thurman is a possibility. How do you guys feel about that? How do you guys feel about Conor Benn fighting Keith Thurman? I kind of love it. I kind of think that's a fun fight. Couple reasons. One, Conor Benn, for the casual fan base here in the US, is not... He's known, but it's not like his best thing ever. And I think that Keith Thurman helps elevate the fight a little bit here in the US for US fans. Thurman is also fantastic at promoting fights. So it's not one of those fights where he is PBC. But we'll see. I mean, this is rumors. We don't know if it's going to happen. The thing is with Conor Benn, his last couple fights, he's basically had to do all the promotion himself. Right? Which is hard to do. So this gives him a nice partner in crime to promote the fight. So, ever check out the karate matches? I have not. It's in a pit with each other. Oh my God. With each event, it has a theme. That's pretty interesting. Okay. See who the winner is? Yeah. That was pretty easy. Jocko easily won that fight. He looked at very much control. Solid boxer. Not a guy that's going to be knocking people out left and right, but Ben, dude, if Ben wins, he would leap into the top 5 or around there. If Ben beats Keith Thurman, it's a huge step up for him, though. Like that, in terms of name recognition on his resume, that's fantastic for him. That's a huge step up for him. Because, you know, people are talking about Boots. People are talking about Ortiz. Those two have kind of been the top 2 in terms of title contenders. Ben's been kind of on the outside of that a little bit, but purely based off of the people he's fought. I think it could be a huge step up for Ben. That's crazy. If Ben, gets Thurman before Boots. Yeah, that is crazy. So the interview with Jake Paul where he was talking about the next fight, and he said, Logan said, what if he accidentally knocks you out? People are saying, yeah. I mean, a Freudian slip. I would say that it's rigged. I mean, I can't say that whether or not any of the Jake Paul fights are rigged or not. I would probably say they don't appear to be rigged to me. Outright. I think that this is my big thing here. If you're Jake Paul's opponent, who no one really knows you all that much, right? No one really knows you all that much. You're not a well-known individual. And now you get elevated to being on a Jake Paul fight and fighting Jake Paul, right? Here's the biggest thing. put it in perspective. If you knock out Jake Paul or you beat Jake Paul, you know they're going to do a rematch. Not only did you go from basically being a no-name to elevating to being the guy that knocked out Jake Paul, you're probably going to get a rematch. And that rematch is going to come with a ton of money. You're basically incentivized to knock him out. It is a massive boost to your career. Like, the amount of wealth that you could make from doing that is more than what they'd probably pay you to rig it. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, Ben Askren, I get a little bit more. Like, I could see that being where you could say, well, he's already done making his money. Even if he knocks out Jake Paul, he's never going to fight again, probably. I get that a little bit more. This guy is an active boxer that still wants to fight and kind of make a name for himself. Makes a little more sense. So, makes a lot more sense. Apple, we will not be streaming the fight. Actually, when you click on the agreement for chat, it tells you that. But that's why we have a Discord for everything. So that's my general logic about it. You know, LJ, is that's how I would approach it from that mindset. You know, if it was a retired fighter, I could see it a lot more. You know what I mean? Would you give Jake Paul credit if he loses? I mean, yeah, he's a guy that's been doing boxing for what, like 3-4 years max. He stepped into the ring with an actual boxer. Let's put it this way, if he goes in and he gets crushed, you kind of have to go, okay, well, you know, you bit off more than you could chew. If it's a situation where he holds his own and it's just he doesn't win, yeah, you got to give him credit. Take some balls to get in there, especially when not everyone, but a good chunk of people want to see you lose. It's a lot of pressure. I don't think people at least appreciate the amount of pressure someone like a Jake Paul is going to have on them every time he fights. It's that classic Muhammad Ali quote, which is 50% of the people buy tickets to see me win. 50% of them buy tickets to see me get knocked out, right? Like, it's that exact same thing with Jake, but it's even more amplified because of social media. So it's, you know, a lot of people hate Jake. Trust me, we've had plenty of people in chat come in and just like absolutely trash on him. But I will say this, when I stream a Jake Paul fight, I'll have 36,000 people stop by. 36,000. You know? That's a lot of views. So there is, I mean, if that gives you any sense of kind of like how crazy that is, you know? Yeah, I don't like the guy too much, but I respect what he's doing. He's bringing eyes to boxing at the end of the day. So I exactly. You know, I have to agree, LJ, man. And look, we've had literal people come in that have never watched boxing before. They've come into the stream. They started watching a Jake Paul fight with us. We're like, this is pretty cool. I like hanging out with everyone and kind of watching the fight. And now they're literally like mods in chat. They've become mods. They've become part of the community. Like, and they've then also gone through the entire catalog of, we have, I believe, on the Discord. Let's see if we still have it. I believe we do. You know, all the kind of stuff, fight talk and stuff like that. Tall kid story arc. Exactly. And they've gone through and like studied boxing and gotten really into fighting and really into like showing up to every single fight and like learning about stuff. I know people who have called me that are my friends, and their 16-year-old daughter literally went, "Oh, Jake Paul's fighting. I don't like him. I want to see if he gets knocked out." Sat down with their dad And this was actually during the Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. fight. She didn't know who either one of those men were. She went on her phone and learned all about Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr. So yeah, he actually does a pretty good job for promotion. Regis Prograis, there's a lot of casual fans that don't know that Regis Prograis is a really, really fucking good boxer. And he's on the undercard of a Jake Paul Ben Askren card. Can you imagine what that did for him? Same thing with Badu Jack. Badu Jack's on the undercard of a Jake Paul fight, and he goes out there and just smashes that dude. And there was people in chat that are like, I don't know who Badu Jack is. I'm like, he's a really world-class level boxer at light heavyweight, former WBC champion. And they're like, this guy's fucking awesome, dude. And it's like, great. You just got exposure to a lot of casual fans that don't know anything about boxing. And now they just got learned about some of these real boxers that have been around for a long time and that are really skilled boxers. That's awesome. Yeah, see, exactly. Shrek knows Badu Jack. I love Badu Jack. Also, 10, 15 years time, yeah, we could have some amazing knockout artists, world champions who's like, I got into boxing because of Jake Paul. No wonder, yeah, we'll be moaning about it then. The best take I've ever seen about Jake Paul and the Paul brothers in general in boxing comes from Mike Tyson. And Mike basically being like, these guys are doing more for boxing now than so many other people have. And we've talked about this a lot on stream. Boxers rely too much on promoters to make them popular with casual fans. Do you know who was really big with casual fans? Who does really, really well when he was a boxer? And he wasn't even the most skilled individual. Dave Allen. Dave Allen's social media presence was so big that it completely overlapped into when he would fight. The whole stadium would light up for Dave Allen. Dave Allen never broke the top 20 for boxers as a heavyweight. I think he hit number 26 in the world at one point. And that was right after he beat Brown, I believe, with that amazing body shot. One of the most beautiful body shots I've ever seen. It was a like textbook body shot. And after that, Dave Allen had a lot of issues. I mean, the Price fight, he just got absolutely bludgeoned to death. Broke his eye socket. Yeah, Dave Allen's UK. He's born and raised. And he did a lot of great things in terms of getting casual fans in to watch some of the undercard for just him. Why? Super fun style, brawler style, has a crazy chin on him, always goes for the knockout. That's just Dave Allen. But Dave Allen was never skilled enough as a heavyweight boxer to be above in like the top 20. CHISORA, yeah, CHISORA is really, I mean, CHISORA is good at using media. I don't know about social media so much, but yeah, that's another guy that's really good. People can shit talk all they want about Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia understands that he's his own best promoter. We've actually done this. If you want to do a little bit of understanding of how much social media can really help or hurt an individual, go to YouTube and type in Terrence Crawford. And go to Terrence Crawford's YouTube channel. And go look at Terrence Crawford's YouTube channel. The dude has like 40,000 followers, right, on YouTube. He last posted like 2 years ago. There's all this content that he could be posting. And then he whines and bitches and moans when he doesn't get pay-per-view buys. It's like, yeah, Crawford, you're an incredible fighter. You're really gifted. Real fight fans know who you are. Casual fans that like don't know who you are, don't know what you can do. Dude, you were on Joe Rogan. Why didn't you take clips from Joe Rogan's podcast that you were on and post like, I don't know, 5 to 10 clips on social media everywhere? He didn't do that. And it's like, you're missing out, man. Like, this is a golden opportunity for you. Clarissa Shields versus Savannah Marshall. And did you watch the presser? I didn't see the presser, but I am... Look, the one thing with Clarissa Shields is that she has 2 knockouts total. She has no power. So there's no power coming at you. So you're going to have to use hand speed to try to get on the inside of Savannah Marshall, who's freakishly long for that weight class. Honestly, does Clarissa Shield have the skills to beat Savannah Marshall, who's just physically going to be imposing? Or are we going to get the repeat of when they fought, what was in the Olympics? I'm leaning towards basically the same thing that we saw in the Olympics. That's what I'm leaning towards. Ronnie, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I think Savannah Marshall's really hard to deal with when someone's that tall and long and lean and can use basic fundamentals. And I don't think Clarissa Shields can get on the inside to do what she wants. But the lack of power from Shields is a problem. Because if Savannah Marshall isn't gun shy on you and doesn't have to worry about engaging, that can be really tough. That can be really tough. No, Savannah Marshall beat Shields. There's a classic photo of Shields crying as Savannah Marshall gets declared the winner. So they have a history. Now, has Shields gotten better? Yeah, arguably. But then again, it's like the hardest part with women's boxing in general is when you're watching someone like Shields or Marshall. Both of them have not really had a crazy history of fighting killers. That's the problem with women's boxing. There's just not that many girls out there. Let me see if I can pull that Marshall photo up. I'll put it on screen. There's just not that many killers out there. And so because of that, it's really like, it's hard to tell how they're going to adapt. Okay, you ready? Here's the photo right here. I found it for you. I think it will work. There we go. It's classic photo. So, yeah. I predict it can go probably pretty similar. You know? And that's why something like when Katie Taylor fought Amanda Serrano, that was a fucking legendary fight. And I said it then, I'll say it now. It was probably one of the best female boxing matches all time. All-time best female boxing match. It's a contender for it because holy smokes, man. Katie gets tagged. Amanda Serrano gets gassed. It had a little bit of everything. It's hard to watch women's boxing because of the lack of power. Yeah, I do, however, watch women's fights in the UFC. I agree. To be fair, the women in boxing. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good one. Baumgartner, I believe, is fighting not too long ago. Is going to be fighting pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken. I believe there was a fight that they set up that was actually pretty decent for her. Was it Mayer? I think you're right. Yeah, that fight seems pretty entertaining in general. I do agree. I think women's boxing should probably have lighter gloves than they do. I think they go a little bit too heavy on the gloves, which causes, you know, fights to be a little bit more lackluster than they could be. So I missed that fight. I'm UK hours. Oh, so sometimes I have to give it a miss. I hear that. It's a fun one to go back and watch, though. It's a really good fight. I'm a big Katie Taylor fan. Dude, the UFC girls are absolutely savage. And the thing is, too, man. The thing is, imagine if they did 3-minute rounds for women, 12 rounds. And they did some lighter gloves. Could be a lot more fun to watch. Taylor versus Serrano 2 happens before this dude that yeah. Mexican. We got all the spice. I think I've watched highlights. Yeah. You had money on it? Oh, sweet. Did you pick Serrano or Katie? I'm assuming you're going to pick Katie if you're in the UK. Which, that's who I was rooting for. Nothing against Amanda Serrano. I just like Katie Taylor more. So, I thought Taylor won, but it was by a whisker. It's because Serrano gassed out so hard. And there was, I believe the first couple rounds were so close. You know? I got the women in green. You usually do rounds, yeah. Oh, you went for the, oh man. It's so fun. That was such a fun fight. It was so back and forth. How many more fights do we have? I believe we probably have one more fight until we get main. She doesn't usually have a good gassing. I think it was just she put so much energy in that, what was it, like the 5th round where she hurt Katie bad. She could smell that KO. And that was crazy close. Yes, we do have one more. We have one more fight in between. Sugar and coffee? I'll have to check that out. I don't see anything with sugar and coffee in particular. But Bruce Buffer. Bruce Buffer, what's going on? Oh, that's funny. I got the Paul versus Woodley fight and the Fury versus and White fight. And the Kane versus Brooke fight. Oh, nice. Khan, yeah. Proper, dude, that's really good. She puts a cup of sugar in her coffee. Oh my god. I bet she can do that though. She probably burns so much calories throughout the day if she boxes. I usually judge women's fights off who's better looking. I'm not a big coffee person, so what's good? Yeah. So it's on BT Sports and I don't know about the UK. I think it's on DAZN in just the US. I'm watching it on DAZN right now. UK, I can't remember what their actual situation is with this fight. Oh yeah, we're watching the undercard right now. We're watching this female fight that's not the best fight. Yeah, it's on DAZN in UK. Okay. Fun little scrap, but probably not my favorite fight in the world. Oh, thanks, man. You too. All right. I'll be right back. All right. So, my brother-in-law bought this over 4th of July. And I'm going to try it. And I've never had it before. It's hard Mountain Dew. This is Baja Blast. It's an alcoholic Mountain Dew. It's 5% alcohol and has 0 sugar. I can't remember the last time I had Mountain Dew in general. So, I have no idea what to expect with this. It's Baja Blast, but it's 5% alcohol somehow. It's not good. I would not recommend it. Oh, it's like, I get that Mountain Dew's like pure chemicals. It tastes like it's off. Drink lean next stream. What's that? Codeine and codeine cough syrup and Sprite. Start robo tripping. Something like that. Oh yeah, dude, the chat on meth stream is fucking ridiculous. Another story time? Depends what story you guys want. Purple drank? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't recommend the alcohol version of Mountain Dew. It's gross. It's really gross. I don't have any other stories than about Hair Gel Man. I never saw him again. I never saw him again. Another Boston story. Trying to think if I have any other good ones. David Bowie, as in the musician. I haven't listened to a ton of I've listened to some of the classic hits from David Bowie. I just haven't really gotten super into David Bowie, to be honest with you. You know, I've heard all the big hits, but I haven't really dived into his discography all that much, to be fair. Ziggy Stardust is a pretty fucking amazing song, though. Hair Gel Man, final words. I'm gonna fuck you in the ass. No, his final words were, "Don't go into that park over there. I'll fucking rape your ass." That's what he said to me. Is one to watch? Oh yeah. Isn't he next? Yeah. He's next on the card. I'm actually pretty excited. Because that's the best part about watching UK cards. Is Eddie Hearn actually does a pretty good highlighting his stable. And it's a good way to see fighters that normally we might not watch here in the States all that much. See how they can kind of elevate and get better. So, Rix, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. You know, that's the one thing that I think in general, you know, Eddie does a pretty good job utilizing his stable. You know, I recommend Honky Tori and Ziggy Stardust. I know Ziggy Stardust especially because of I mean, Guitar Hero. Should have a, yeah, dude, Mega US and UK card at, yeah, absolutely. Booker, I had to allow the term honky. Twitch was gonna block your message because it had the word honky in it. Yeah. I had to allow it. I added it as permission. I mean, that's like a 70s term, man. That's not something you hear. I haven't heard that term in so long. Man, after Hassan and Destiny went all in on saying the word cracker, dude, they really cracked down on that stuff. Watch, now I'm gonna get banned. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch the match, but we can't show it on screen. Hence why we have that for agreement when you go into chat, but we have a Discord for everything. I know, Twitch has gotten really, really sensitive about what you can and can't say. Go look it up, Shrek. There's a whole thing. Hassan Piker talked all about it and got banned for, I think, like 2 days or something like that. And the way he was using it, you know, it's just kind of like, whatever. I personally don't care, but, you know, it's Twitch. Twitch chat's not updating. Oh, on screen? Yeah, you're right. Let me refresh that. Okay, should fix it now. Hopefully. We have not gotten to the main event yet. We still have co-main. Oh yeah, Mesra. Dude, I remember this kid. I remember this kid. It's a derogatory term generally for a white person, Shrek. From like the 70s that no one really cares about anymore. Oh, dude, I've seen Bob Dylan live. Bob Dylan back in the day was so good. No. It's one of those things. Sure. I think what you mean by worse, you mean like the lamest ones, right? That's what I'm assuming you mean. Not as like the worst, as they're like really bad. It's just like they're very lame. Have you ever heard Bob Dylan tune about the? Oh, I don't think I have. Can it? What was it like? I don't. No, you will not be seeing the match here. That's why we have Discord. As I've explained. Bucker. Back in the day and just released it a couple. Oh! I should check it out. I have to be honest, I don't listen to music almost at all anymore. I rarely ever listen to music nowadays. I listen to podcasts more than anything. Podcasts and audiobooks. Yeah, Casey went missing. All I listen to is music. I used to be like that. I mean, I used to play in bands and stuff like that, so I used to listen to a lot of music all the time. I did turn on the latest Logic album for a little bit. You know. I heard that came from, when they used to hit this. Oh, yes, that's exactly it, Broke. That's exactly it. Mostly Bowie. So Booker, yeah, the camera I'm using right here, I'll show you really quick. When I had this all set up initially, so I have the C920, right? This is my custom settings. I'll show you what the default looks like. This is what the default camera looks like and how it would kind of generally look. And that's the camera, and then let me set it back to, so you can kind of see how it would kind of look. And then kind of like video call settings, it doesn't look much better. And then this is my stream settings. So you can kind of change a lot of the key settings in what's called like G Hub, Logitech G Hub, and that's where you can kind of mess with your presets and then create that as your settings. Fights start at 12. It's gonna probably, you're talking about main events, probably gonna start in about an hour. I don't know if that's 12 o'clock for you, but so yeah, that's the thing with the C920. It has like the general default is not perfect, but you can tweak it and then create your own settings and then save it. P Hub, not quite the same. The only thing that will happen with the C920 and Logitech that's tough is sometimes when I start the stream or I start OBS, it will oh yeah, no problem, man. I'll sometimes have the problem where it won't auto go to my settings, and so I have to just click on G Hub and then it'll kick in. So, and I honestly, you know, I don't know what you're using for software, Booker. Are you using like OBS to kind of like do your, I'm guessing you're talking about doing it for like videos, right? For like YouTube videos. And that's why, like, if I do a close-up like this, right? I think it looks pretty good. I think this looks pretty solid. I don't think you would need me to have a camera that's even more high quality than this, because you guys don't need to see my pores. Right? Like, this looks pretty good. The other key factors really are lighting. So I have 2 sets of light sources. Like, at a certain point, you only need so much DPI and so much resolution. You don't need to go beyond that. Lighting is the big key. So I have a light over here, and I have a light right here. And this light is a super simple, it's a can light. Let me see if I can get it in frame. You can get it at a hardware store, and it's got parchment paper on it. And that's my diffuser, and then it can hook onto whatever I want. So I actually have a string that hangs down. I have a string that hangs down right next to me that has a pin that holds it in the wall, and I just clamp it onto that, use parchment paper on it, and now I have this nice lighting. And then LED panels, I don't recommend as much as This is what I do for my blue light. They come in a panel of 2. They're for outdoor lighting, actually. They're actually meant to be for like your house, for outdoor like festive lighting. And you can get 2 of them for 30. And then what I can do is, for that, I can change the lighting on my phone. So I can have either one or both of them change. I can change one to be whatever I want. Or what I could do is have both of them change. To whatever I want. I can also have it go with music and do pulses and change, you know, and different things like that. I think that's a little jarring, a little bit much. So my total lighting setup is maybe like $60. Like that's it. Like $60 total. The big thing is having like your light bulbs are really important. Having neutral light bulbs really helps. Having them kind of be like that correct color balance is really important, which you can just buy them. I think they're like $6 LED bulbs. And then for your backlighting, like I just use those. These little guys, I can look them up for you. Let me look on my Amazon. I'll tell you really quick. But they're super cheap. Like they're not expensive lighting. Because that was what I ran into. A lot of times too is that, like, you see all these people that have like super fancy lights on Twitch, and it's, oh, thanks for the follow, appreciate it, welcome to the stream. And you see like all these streamers with like really expensive lighting, like they use the life, like LED life, LED leaves and stuff like that, and that shit is so expensive. Like it's stupidly expensive. So I kind of started doing a lot of research on what I could do for lighting to keep it affordable, and this was what I came up with. Is it the best lighting in the world? Probably not. Does it do a pretty good job though for the price? Yeah. Oh, dude, Goosebumps? I had Goosebumps. Goosebumps books. What was his name? Was it R.L. Stein? So Booker, here's the actual link to the lights I have. They're RGB LED storm lights, actually. $38 for 2 of them. So, I mean, everything's Bluetooth in terms of changing colors and everything like that. But you'll see, I mean, they work great. Oh, yeah. And did anyone ever see the Goosebumps show? Back in the day? The Goosebumps books and the show. Yeah, see, that thing is too, Booker, like light, like a good camera is one thing, but good lighting is probably the next thing I spent like money on. I actually got this for free. This camera I'm using, I got for free from my brother-in-law. He's like, oh yeah, you know, I really need, like, I was like kind of looking around. I actually figured out like all these different systems I could use, like my phone and everything like that. And it just, none of it really worked for live streaming. And he's like, oh, I have an old camera laying around, like an old like webcam. It's like, oh, what do you have? He's like, oh, I have a C920. I'm like, no shit. And this was right when COVID hit too. So C920s were going for $150. People are selling them for $200. It's a $50 webcam, man. But all the webcams sold out. So Yeah, man. It was brutal. It was brutal. So now we're gonna go to the co-main event, and then we got main event. Co-main should be pretty fun. Should be pretty fun. But Booker, are you gonna do any live streams? Paige, we cannot stream the fight as we will be banned. If you read the agreement in terms of chat, it tells you that we don't do that. But you can always go to Discord where we have links. Chisora's voice does not match him. So I want to start streaming. Oh, okay. Get your new Wi-Fi. Anything in particular you're thinking of streaming? Are you going to be doing like boxing? Are you going to be doing video games? Anything in particular? Because Twitch, I will tell you this when it comes to Twitch, like live streaming. If you don't have a really robust, the number one website I recommend that you do like a lot on is TikTok. Like that's the number one thing, man. Trovo. I would tell you that TikTok is the number one thing that you can do in terms of getting people. YouTube live streaming. I hate Twitch. You know, the thing I would say is I would get banned in a day. Dude, dual stream it like I do and try it out. Dual stream both. YouTube does not do a great job of pushing live streams. That said, you can use clips from your live streams. Obviously to make more content for your YouTube channel, which is nice. But TikTok is probably the best out there in terms of getting people to find your stream. Like by far. And I know a trick to be able to use your phone to live stream your Twitch or YouTube live stream onto TikTok simultaneously. There's a little trick there, which is if you get 1,000, I believe you need 1,000 followers on TikTok, and then you can go you can do live streams. What you can do is, oh, Chisora is a huge crowd favorite. What you can do is you can actually go on when you go to TikTok to go live, and then you can. They have a system where it's based off of like using your game to like video games, like your mobile games for streaming. So you basically hit like mirror my screen, and then it will go live on TikTok and it will mirror your exact stream that you're doing currently. So you have to take your phone and put it outside like where you are currently, because otherwise you get like the double echo sound. But if you put it in the next room over on a charger, essentially you're now streaming onto TikTok at the same time you're streaming live, and you're doing dual streaming. COD, dude, it's one of the biggest things going on TikTok. Is so I tested TikTok live stream one time, and I went live for 10 minutes. I got 300 views in 10 minutes on TikTok. They push the shit out of their live streams. Like, that's an insane amount of volume in a very short period of time. That's a lot of eyes. And that's pretty unique. TikTok is the best website by far to grow on. To get you people that want to transfer over to other things. So it's by far the best. I'm actually going to try to do a live stream for my other TikTok account that I have and see how that works. I'd probably be good at streaming. I'm a good talker. Only problem is I'm jack shit at tech. It's not that hard. Trek, I could always tell you how to do it. It's not that hard. Yeah, that's right. So they're doing this rematch. This was a really good fight initially, and they got pissed because the ref stopped it when it shouldn't have been stopped. Early stoppage. So this will be fun. The tech side of streaming is the easiest part once you get it all figured out. Once it's set up once, you never have to touch it again, really. So. And there's so many tutorials online on how to set up your stream. Really good at making, dude. CHISORA is probably one of the most fun individuals to watch when it comes to build-ups for fights. When the match starts, we have right now the co-main, and then we'll have main event right after that. So we'll have probably main event, depending on how long the co-main lasts. Probably expect about 50 minutes until main event. So Kiko, if I'm not mistaken, you were here last time when PULEV fought Frank Mir, right? Imagine if CHISORA, dude, I want CHISORA to win. I would love CHISORA to win. And CHISORA's at that stage too in his career where, like, both these guys are at that stage in their career where they got to start thinking, make some money and get out of it. Well, PULEV, go to the Discord. The fact you named it, your name is Pat PULEV is hilarious. The poster is, which poster? The one I have right here to the right. I gotcha. You're from Bulgaria. You're supporting him. Shrek. There's more than you imagine, man. We'll see. I think the way this fight goes is if PULEV can last the first 5 rounds and not get hurt from CHISORA, I think CHISORA eventually gasses out and PULEV just outboxes him. That's pretty much how I see it going. Oh, I gotcha. So, if you're gonna go pure boxing, PULEV's a better boxer. When is the fight? We have the co-main and then we have the main event. So probably give it about 50 minutes. Depends if there's a knockout, but even if still, DAZN will probably delay for another 50 minutes or so. So if there's a first round knockout, they'll try to delay for about 30, 40 minutes. But hopefully we do get a knockout and it pulls it up a little bit. That's the most we can hope for. What time will it start? Depends where you are located. I don't know where you live, so I can't tell you what time it will start. About 50 minutes from now. Two losses, Klitschko and Joshua, yeah. Pulev's had a pretty robust Poland. I don't know what time it is there. Sorry. Pulev's had a pretty serious resume, man. UK time, give UK time. I can't give you, I don't know what time it is in the UK. I believe they said 10 o'clock it will start the main event in the UK. 50 minutes from now. That's the best I can give you for actual time. Most likely. Because we have one more fight. Usually a fight's about 45 minutes if it goes full 12 rounds. But this one probably won't. They'll probably stall it for a little bit. Shrek, I chalk that up to maybe all caps. Hey bro, are you stream fight in real time? If you read the message that came up, yeah. We can't live stream fights because we'll immediately get banned. So we use Discord with links there. But we are watching the live fight, yes. It's the reason it's called a watch along. In the Discord, we have links there. Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's a classic Klitschko walkout song. Klitschko always liked to walk out to Red Hot Chili Peppers. Bowie song I recommend you listen to is Song for Bob Dylan. I'll have to check that one out. I don't have anything against Bowie at all, man. He's classic. Oh, thanks, man. Hopefully that helps. That's the best I can do. Okay, calm down. Calm down. We're not here to talk politics. We're here to talk boxing. Calm down. We're just talking about boxers. We're not talking politics for a good reason. Politics is too volatile. Too many issues. Alexander, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I was only bringing up Klitschko because the music is the same walkout music he used to walk out to. That's it. Triple G look-alike out here. Yeah, dude, he does. Yeah, they are. They are Shrek. Booker. So let's see. Who do you guys think is going to win this fight? I think this should be very interesting because this is a rematch. If I'm not mistaken, Soro did a very good job. Need a lot more heavyweight fights in boxing. We need a lot more close heavyweight fights in boxing, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, Soro, I believe, was winning the fight in terms of overall boxing. And with that close stoppage last time, I think it was pretty upsetting. So this should be fun. Oh, dude, Gary was Chisora's, my ex Gary was Chisora's trainer. Seriously, the first fight in Hamburg. That's super cool, dude. One fan, if you read the rules for chat, we cannot show it on screen. That's why we have a Discord. The fight's going to start in about 50 minutes. We are on the co-main right now. Oh, sorry. I used dude as a general term. I did not mean to assume your gender. He does got a little bit of that Triple G look, doesn't he? Shrek. Uzbekistan is a real dude. That fuck her. Let's see how this goes. He's got, yeah, it's the Triple G nose, right? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. It's, yeah. Americans sometimes will throw around the term dude or guys a little bit loosely, not intentional. I do not speak this language that is being typed in chat, so I don't know what to tell you, man. Any predictions from your side? We have, okay. I would say, in terms of Pulev versus Chisora, Chisora is going to come out like a bull in a china shop, which is a euphemism that we use in terms of he's going to come out trying to knock out Pulev immediately in the first couple rounds. If Pulev can weather the storm in the first 4 or 5 rounds, I think Pulev outboxes him and wins by unanimous decision or a late stoppage. The problem with Chisora is that he doesn't have a good stamina. He doesn't have a good gas tank, as we say. He has a tendency to get really tired. We saw that with Usyk. We've seen that so many times with him. That's just how he fights. And the problem is Pulev's a better boxer in terms of actual boxing skills compared to Chisora. So Chisora's best bet is to try to land something big and get a huge knockout. Problem is, it's going against someone that could possibly weather that storm and do pretty well. So, I think that's probably most likely what's going to happen. You know? But will Pulev have some same stamina as compared to the... Probably not the same stamina. Boxing Therapy, great name, by the way. I think he'll have a better stamina than Chisora, though, overall. He's used to fighting longer fights. Chisora, I think, has as we saw with Usyk, actually, he started out really quick. He had a really high punch output. Faded hard for about 3-4 rounds. Came back at the end pretty well. Both gas in round 6. That very well could happen. Very well could happen. You know? I don't know Anna Wolf all that well. So, I'm very curious in this fight right here. Do you remember the previous match between the two? How Chisora threatened to rematch with Pulev and told him that it made no sense that the result would be the same. Of course, at that time it made sense, but now it's 2022. They're both much older men. They've both gone through their trials and tribulations. Neither one of them are probably either going to get any kind of title shot ever again. They're just not at that age anymore. So this is a good money fight. I mean, Chisora is 38 years old. Pulev, if I'm not mistaken, is, yeah. Pulev is also 41 years old. I mean, you're talking about two 40-year-old guys, basically. They're never going to get a title shot. It's over. Their career's over in terms of title shots. It's not going to happen anymore. So make some good money. Get paid. Retire. Move on. Boxing's not a permanent career. It's not a permanent career. I mean, 2016 was a long time ago. It's a long time. In boxing years, that's a long time. They're eating hamburgers at the end of the fight. That's right. They definitely are eating hamburgers at the end of the fight. Does Pulev get back to the top 10 if he wins? Probably not top 10. Maybe just outside of it. Pulev will win 100%. I never say anything's 100% in boxing. You never know. If you said that Andy Ruiz was going to 100% lose to AJ, I probably would have said that's probably close to 100%. And then that didn't happen in the first fight. You just never know. With CHISORA, he's so wild with that brawler style. You just don't know what could happen, man. Bright side. Yeah, this is the last chance for Pulev to qualify for a title match. Yeah, of course. And it's fun. This is a you know, fun fight to watch if you're a fan of boxing, you know? I can't show the fight, so you can't watch the fight on here. You have to listen to me the whole time. Or you can go to our Discord and use the links in there. Use the Discord links I just put. We literally have a whole section just for that. CHISORA could land the overhand right. Yeah, could, dude, absolutely. Look, CHISORA roughs people up, and you have to be able to deal with first five rounds minimum. It's really hard to deal with a guy that comes out like that. Okay, dude, yeah, you have a nice night too as well. Hopefully that helps. Dude, Masvidal is coming out hard right now. Soro doing a good job. This is a nice little rematch right here. Free fight link track. Soro's doing a nice job though overall. Boxing Therapy, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the subscription to the channel. Shrek, you son of a bitch. Unborn Alpha, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Soro is taking quite the pounding right now. He's doing a pretty good job. Look at Shrek being graceful about it. Yeah, dude. It's nice. Yeah, I'll have to. By the way, Boxing Therapy, I'm guessing you do YouTube as well. I'll have to check you guys. I'll have to check you out, man. Welcome back, Inga. Shrek, that's very generous of you. We might have to start doing that a little bit more as the stream goes on. So, good. I used to, not so much anymore. I hear that. The boxing YouTube game is not easy at all. I don't think I haven't made a video in a while. I do have one lined up I've been working on for a little while, which is ranking all the Rocky movies and Creed movies in order from worst to best. Is Sleepy Joe still alive? From what I know, I don't think they're doing a Weekend at Bernie's yet, which is a classic movie reference. Dude, Soro's got very close in that last round to taking some seriously bad punishment. Paul fight and get flooded with strike. Exactly. Uh-oh, headbutt. Head clash. Yeah. Oh, man. That's a terrible cut. Holy shit. That is a lot of blood. That might stop this fight. That's probably going to stop this fight. Ooh. No, it has not. We are watching the co-main as we speak. It's probably about 30 to 40 minutes before main event. That is a bad cut. Definitely wasn't intentional. It looks like it's on his left side, roughly on the corner. It's not in the center or on the inside, which is good. He's definitely gonna need stitches. Ooh, that's a nasty head clash. Oh my gosh. Reckon Pulev is going to win again? That's the general consensus for most people. A Wilder versus Chisora buildup. I would too. I said, you know what? I said that about Dillian White versus Wilder as well. Dillian White's quite the character. I love... Rex, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. By the way, if you're new to the channel at all, we do this pretty much every Saturday for UFC or for boxing, depending on what's going on. A lot of times we are more, doing boxing at night, but this is a must-watch fight. The fight's over. It's going to be a no contest. This is going to be no one wins this one. Like Chisora personally, but yeah, he needs to retire by now. I mean, they both do. They both do. Pulev being 41 years old. He's not getting old. He's not getting younger anytime soon. He doesn't need to get hit in the head anymore. It gets scary when you see some of those guys when they get into those years where they've been taking so many shots. Like, see, Microsoft plus Sony plus Nintendo plus Sega equals join forces to team up to make a super ultimate console together. Yeah. Support during the game. I'm guessing you mean during the fight. I'll probably be rooting for Chisora just because I like Chisora a little bit more, just personality-wise. But I'd probably put my money, if I had to put money on it, I'd put it on Pulev winning by decision or late stoppage. But because if Chisora wins, do they do a third fight? Probably not. Probably not. I'm so disappointed this fight got stopped. It's a bad cut, though. It's not the worst spot, and it's not the biggest cut I've ever seen. But it's definitely not good. That sucks. This was a fun little rematch they were doing, too. The only thing that's good about it is that might mean we get the actual fight that we want sooner. Chisora is money hungry. Yeah, dude. He'll take the third fight. Absolutely, he would. Chisora would do it just for shits and giggles and to eat hamburgers afterwards. Too bad I didn't see this fight in a row. I know. Trilogy fight? That's why. I bet you Pulev would be up for it. Especially because if we get it where first fight, Pulev won by split decision. Second fight, if Chisora wins by knockout, boom. Third fight, who's gonna win? Right? Eddie Hearn would definitely set that up. They'd be all over that. And CHISORA fans would absolutely want to see that. PULEV fans would absolutely want to see that fight. Right? There's something that's just fun about seeing two guys that are just monsters. Go at it and try to knock each other out. That sucks that Soro can't continue with that headbutt. Yeah. Technical draw. KSI is actually with CHISORA's coach. I thought KSI was done boxing. I thought he was totally done boxing. Magnumov has that. He has that classic Triple G come forward style too, which is pretty fun. I mean, we have to remember the first fight was a split decision. CHISORA's a little bit younger. Pulev's a little bit more technical. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I'm in Minnesota. I'm in the Midwest. So, for me right now, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. So let's see how DAZN pads this. I have to agree with, I don't agree with Tony Bellew much, but I definitely agree with him that it shouldn't have stopped the fight. Wants a mega fight with Jake. Of course he does. Of course he does. Neuro, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So we now have to see how long they're going to pause and make us wait for the main event. I think they're probably going to make us wait at least 15 minutes to 20 minutes before we get the main event. Welcome to the chat, Neuro. So that sucks, but we're probably going to have to do a little bit of, they're going to have to pad it a little bit. You know, they were expecting that fight to at least go halfway. When the fight starts, the fight's probably going to start in about 20-30 minutes max. Co-main just got done because it was a unintentional headbutt in the second or third round. So now, third round. So now we have to kill a little bit of time before the main event starts. Expect 20 minutes. So give you a little sense of timing. So sadly, I mean, that was Shrek's gonna give you the same links we have in Discord. That should tell you everything you need to know, though, Inga. At this point in the fight. Chuck, I know what you're trying to do. I was like, fuck it at this point. I figured that that's when's the match start? Probably in about 20 minutes. We just had a technical draw because of a headbutt, so we may have to pad it for about 20 minutes or so. They could delay it. Shrek. So, let's see what else we got in boxing news. Ryan Garcia obviously is going to be fighting Fortuna. Any predictions there? Ryan Garcia is finally getting back in the ring against Fortuna. I have to question Ryan if Ryan goes in there and he doesn't get a stoppage. Fortuna is not a bad fighter. Oh yeah, dude, a lot of Bulgarians like me. We've had more Bulgarians probably in the chat tonight than we've ever had. Pretty sure that I hope for Pulev to win, but yeah, you hope for CHISORA. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. You never know. I think that CHISORA has the first couple rounds to try to get a knockout, and then after that, I think Pulev probably could win by outboxing him. But I mean, at this age, it's really who's got the most stamina left. Both guys are at the end of their careers. Anything can happen. Who's in the better shape? Fortuna ends him. I'll tell you what, if Ryan Garcia loses to Fortuna, Oscar De La Hoya is going to start really doing a lot of coke. Oscar De La Hoya is going to start doing massive amounts of coke if Ryan Garcia loses to Fortuna. Chisora's got to get him out by the 4th. Yeah, if he wants to win, yeah. I think that's pretty fair. It's gonna be an ugly fight. It's gonna go with a draw. Ryan Garcia had a golden opportunity being with Eddie Reynoso and Canelo. Footage from the fight. We cannot show the actual fight. Let's go here. Was there a knockout, Booker? No, there was a technical draw due to a headbutt. Could catch Ryan with something short. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Ryan, he's not consistent enough. Look, when he won, no, we are not going to show the match. Go there. When Ryan beat Luke Campbell with that body shot, it was fantastic. And it really showed that he had kind of elevated his game a little bit with that body shot. Problem is, he's now walked away from Eddie Reynoso and also utilizing a champion like Canelo as kind of a foundation. So, his last fight was not impressive. I have no idea why it's lagging so much. It is running perfectly fine for me, so I don't know what to tell you. Oh, you're in Bulgaria. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, you could always go to our Discord and check out the various links. There's like 10 of them. So, it's the worst aim in boxing. Ryan looks physically a lot better and a lot bigger than he did when he first started boxing. He looks like he's filled out really, really well. My biggest fear is that he's going to have weight issues. Because if he has weight issues, it's really going to be a problem. It's really going to be a problem for him. Because if he starts to not be able to have the same pace and everything like that, and his hand speed slows down at all, he's a sitting duck. He relies so much on his quick twitch muscles and hand speed to be dangerous that if he has weight issues, it's going to be a fucking huge problem for Ryan. He's going back to punching people in the back of the head. You know what I mean, though? It's like... I know, this is the most Pulev fans we've ever had in chat, which is it's interesting. It's interesting. Super lightweight last fight. I believe you were right. Didn't he fight at catch weight? Didn't he fight at a catch weight? It was like an awkward catch weight. Yeah, he fought at 138 pounds. Yeah, he weighed in. So yeah, it was 100. I think they had 139 was that the actual limit. But he came in at 138 pounds and 3/4. So that's not a good sign. You didn't miss anything, Shrek. That was not a good fight. That was not a good fight for Ryan. He was landing shots, he just could not get him out of there, and he should have been able to. The biggest problem I'm having right now is I'm starting to see a pattern with Ryan. You ready? He had one fight in 2020. He had one fight in 2021. He's had one fight in 2022. I'm glad that he's going to have a second fight, but this is not a good pace for a guy this young. Like, you're 23 years old. You should be fighting at least 2-3 times a year. You have 22 professional fights under your belt. Like, this is not a good look. Now, granted, COVID, yeah, yada, yada, yada. But still. So, in the end, we'll find out how it's all going to play out for Ryan. But I'm getting more and more skeptical of him. I'm getting more and more skeptical. Which is not a good look at 23. I think he can do better. I think he can do better. And Oscar doesn't have a huge stable like Oscar used to have a much bigger stable. Remember, Canelo was in Oscar's stable. So there also might be a little bit there. Fans say he had a year off, so he had to, fight at 140. But fights once a year, and he doesn't do catch weight. Absolutely. So there you go. I just sent you one. I mean, the thing with Ryan, like I said, he's physically looking bigger, which I like. But if he can't make 135 pounds and he has to move up to 140, there's some bad dudes at 140. Regis Prograis is sitting there. Shrek. Like, greetings from Bulgaria. Welcome to the chat. This is so crazy. Like, so many Bulgarians coming out for Pulev. I did not expect that. Ryan De La Hoya. Ryan wishes he was Oscar De La Hoya. You got to remember, Oscar De La Hoya was a 3-weight world champion by the same. Oscar was a 3-weight world champion by 22 fights. Remember that? It's been 22 fights for Ryan. He hasn't had a single title fight. Chisora all the way. Yeah, he can still milk Mongia. That's right. I mean, I believe he still has also Oscar. I mean, he still has, you know, he still has Victor Ortiz as well. Prograis is still at 140 from what I understand. Now, Prograis hasn't fought in a while. Last time I checked, he was at still 140. Yeah, last time he fought was 140, and that was TKO he had, and that was 319. We can't stream the fight because we will get banned. Can't stream the fight, we will get banned. So, when Ryan was supposed to fight Pacquiao, dude, Pacquiao would have fucked him up. So, Pacquiao would have destroyed Ryan. Progress versus Boner. Yeah, Broner. Yep. I mean, Broner getting back in the ring again is pretty unique. I'm kind of surprised by that. Kata, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I know that's going to be, I mean, Figueroa, I'm kind of surprised Broner's going that. I didn't expect him to do that. So on Twitter asked who would win, Ryan versus De La Hoya. This guy replied, that's like saying who's a better rapper, Tupac or Soulja Boy. We cannot stream the fight. We will get banned. Go there. Gervonta is gonna kill Ryan. Dude, Gervonta Davis, I will say this. There was a lot of criticism for... I love that Tupac versus Soulja Boy. That's a great response. So, I will say this. Tank had some time where he was not looking at like he was taking boxing too serious. He was missing weight. He was having issues. But he's pretty well committed right now. And Tank Davis, even after the Isaac Cruz fight where he broke his hand, man, he's showing a lot more maturity now. A couple years ago, he wasn't doing that. He is now, though. And I really think that Tank's matured in a good way, and he's really done a great job. Can't stream the match, we will get immediately banned. So go here instead. So anywho, I will put it in chat again. Or you could just use our Discord, which has all these links. You control the next one, Shrek. Hope Usyk loses. I don't think that's gonna happen. I want Usyk to keep winning, man. They will 100% ban me. Yeah, they will absolutely ban me. We've had quite the I've literally gotten banned from Twitch because we played a clip that sounded like the announcement for a fight for UFC, and we got banned for 24 hours. And it wasn't even the match. It wasn't even the fight. But they used the audio from it and thought it was. So yeah, they definitely will ban me. In like 2 seconds. But yeah, this is what we do every Saturday. We either watch boxing or UFC. So if you're new to the stream, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you're having a good time. And let me know who you guys think is gonna win. Twitch is less strict about playing YouTube content, but YouTube is more strict about audio. So you get a lot of copyright strikes and stuff like that on YouTube for audio. Sound, thanks you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I love Usyk. He's the best boxer in the heavyweight, but I need Joshua to win and overcome that factor. That's a lot. That's a tall order. Triple Skull Skills, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. That's a tall order for AJ. I think AJ, I like that he's changing it up, though. I like that he's changing his camp. Robert Garcia is a great coach. I think that getting away from McCracken was a good idea. Change that mindset, change your skill set a little bit. I don't think he could change a ton, but Robert Garcia is going to be a fresh sight for him in terms of camp. You need to keep a very positive mindset when you go into a fight after getting absolutely schooled. I think it's really important. So it's really important that he has that mindset going into it. AJ's gonna spark Usyk. I don't know about that. He could barely touch Usyk at certain points. Which is not easy to do because Usyk's head movement was insane. Only because I'm English? Yeah, I hear you. Look, I have a whole video all about how AJ could win the fight against Usyk. I break it down pretty simple. We are not going to be live streaming the fight. That's why it's called the watch along. So I want to see AJ Fury fight for, yeah. I mean, I think you're right there. The big thing, yeah, if AJ wins, it's definitely going to be a third fight. There's no question. AJ finally shake the world. So you know that's what's on the horizon. Fury says he's retired. We all know he's not. So timed out for 10 minutes for asking for a link. Come on, man. After you just agreed. The Furies have honestly been doing, yeah, my head in lately. For sure. Conor McGregor? I don't have any interest in seeing Conor McGregor ever fight again, really, as a boxer. You know? I can't stream the match. I will get banned. That's why it's called the watch along. So the Furies are fun, but at the same time they get really annoying. You know? So we had co-main that didn't go very well. Now they're just padding it out for time. Felix Cash. Didn't he fight earlier on this card? I wonder how many people in here are in the UK. Probably a good amount. I would probably guess that there's... I'm going to guess there's, out of all the people in chat right now, out of 64 people, I'm going to say maybe 15 are American. 20 of them are from the UK, and the rest are all from Bulgaria. That's my guess. Pete and Huey are cool. Tommy and Tyson have been losing my respect. John's on my fence. Yeah. That's a pretty good take. I think that's a pretty good take. I think that's a very fair take, LJ. Look, I want to like Tyson Fury. I want to like Tyson Fury. It's just the amount of talking. It's just, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. Tommy, I don't have a ton of respect for. So we have Sweet Caroline going, so you know the main event's happening now. The quiet one with the glasses. I don't know his name. So, look, I didn't have a huge thing against Tommy at all. Like, dude, get paid. Well, we have Sweet Caroline playing, so we probably have about less than 10 minutes until the fight. Probably ring walks. It's about time for ring walks. And now with Sweet Caroline playing, anytime that there's a top rank, matchroom fight, usually, no, we are not going to stream the match. Shrek, you feel so yeah, you should. So it still amazes me. We will Ivan, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. People will hit the chat button, they'll see the sign that comes up in terms of the rules for chat, and then they'll immediately break them. Pulev's walking out right now. Right now, Pulev's doing his ring walk. Dude, I need to do more afternoon streams for UK fights. I never thought Pulev would pull so many people into the chat. I'm sorry, I don't know. I can't read this. I don't know that language. I apologize. So here we go. Shrek. Here we go. would sign 360 deals in here. They would. PULEV! Or can I watch the match? Discord. PULEV's about to walk out. You know, for being in the UK, PULEV's not getting too many boos. Problem is that in Bulgaria, none of the channels are streaming it. That's why a lot of Bulgarians are, okay. DJ, that makes a lot of sense. So PULEV's doing his walkout right now. Shrek. No, I can't stream it. I'll get banned. That's why we have it in chat as soon as you hit the, first time chatter. Tells you the rules, reasons we can't do that. I don't feel like having my Twitch channel destroyed. So, that's why we have ways for people to see it. It's all in Discord. Wow, dude, I was just gonna give you a link. Wow. You could have got a link for free. If you ask nicely, man. If you ask nicely, we usually help you. Like, you go to the Discord, you can watch it. Like, we have other ways. Just take it down a notch. Like, holy crap, dude. It's not that serious. CHISORA coming out to some quite soft music I did not expect, but he looks amazing. Yeah, whatever. If they can't be that patient. In the Discord, you'll see there's literally a link that says, it's right above the verified fight live. It says free fight links. You click there and you can watch. There's tons of them. Otherwise, it gets real sloppy. So, CHISORA, even at 38 years old, man, still pulling it down. It shouldn't have expired. Works for me. And it's worked for everyone else so far. There you go. Brian, thanks so much for the follow. Just go there. My gosh. I never knew people would get so aggressive. Yeah, Shrek, I know, right? It's like it's not quite as toxic as a Jake Paul fight, but it's up there. My goodness. That's the guy you trolled? Now you get to have a little fun then. All right. Main event. Here we go. Why no show the match? Because I get banned. There you go. No, I cannot put it on. I mean, I've only said this about 50 million times at this point. It's called a watch along. In Discord, we have it for verified members. Otherwise, you can use the free fight links in Discord. It is locked. It's only made for, see where it says big bold letters, verified. It's for verified members. There's a whole section on how to become verified. Above that are the free fight links, which are the same links everyone's using in verified. Just use those. So. PULEV. All right. Announcing PULEV now, and then we'll have the announcement of CHISORA, and then the fight will start. Because he said something funny about sending nudes, I had to take the timeout off on him. Here we go. That's why I don't like people on my country. Oh, dude, it's all good. Hey, it's all good. In the end, we're all fight fans here. Hopefully I can help you guys out the best I can. I can only do so much, though. I can only lead you. I can only lead a horse to water. I can't make it drink. And I can't help if your internet doesn't work well with the links. I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry. All right, here we go. So here we go. Round one. Let's see if CHISORA comes out as aggressive as we expect. They're already hugging. Of course, Booker. CHISORA's on the front foot right now. Trying to push PULEV around a little bit. PULEV trying to land a big right, misses. They're just hugging right now. CHISORA's trying to do some nasty boxing right here. Some dirty boxing. Pulev's just tying up CHISORA. That's just going to make CHISORA tired. All right. CHISORA is actually moving pretty well. Pulev's definitely trying to time the right hand, but CHISORA's just lunging in. He's not really able to land anything here. Oh, ref's already talking to him about this. Obviously, most matches, almost all of them have, yeah, they hug each other a lot. Yeah. Pulev's trying to use his lead left to basically control distance. CHISORA's just sitting there wailing on Pulev's ribs while they basically hold each other. Pulev's looking to the ref to see if he'll get him to stop. The ref's trying to tell him to fight out of it. I don't know how much damage those shots to the ribs are really doing, but Pulev's left side is looking red now. Sure, they don't feel good, but I'm sure they're not landing any major damage. It's kind of an ugly fight so far, to be honest with you. Oh, good right hand right there from CHISORA, but Pulev comes back with another right hand. Pulev's rib is broken. I don't know about that. But CHISORA is doing a little bit better this round. Oh, good straight left hand hits Pulev. Pulev comes back trying to land some big hooks, but misses. This right now is a CHISORA round currently. But this is kind of what you expected from CHISORA, to come out really hot and fast. Tries to land some big shots. Pulev doesn't seem too phased though. It's kind of what you expect. You know. Kind of what you expect. This is right now, this fight's playing into CHISORA's style of fighting, but Pulev, I think, also knows that if he can just take CHISORA into some deeper rounds, it should help him. Del Boy gasses out pretty hard, but this physicality of CHISORA is really tough to deal with. He's a big boy. He's really strong. He pushes you around the ring. It's not comfortable, but Pulev's a big guy himself, and he can kind of handle this. This is nothing new for him. So Pulev, I think, is also being patient about everything, tying him up, making CHISORA have to come to him. But Pulev is really looking for that right hand right now. It's just not there. The head movement of Derek CHISORA is pretty good, but that'll slow down as the fight continues. I mean, the inside fighting from CHISORA is good, but I don't know how effective it is. Pulev is yet again, they're just hugging and fighting at this point. Pulev's trying to land hooks. Oh, CHISORA winging wild shots. Kind of typical style of CHISORA, that brawler style. I want to see some jabs out of Pulev right now. He's able to land them on CHISORA, but he's not really throwing them with any kind of power. And the ref's allowing them to fight when they link up, so Pulev's just has not, all of his punches are really measured. He's not throwing any power yet. I don't know if that's because he doesn't feel confident in what he can throw, because he hasn't really had a solid target right in front of him, or if he's just hesitant to engage a little bit. Because right now, CHISORA's just kind of mauling him a little bit, especially to the body. It's not pretty, but it's working for CHISORA. And he just throws that looping right hand. Kind of a little bit of a Hail Mary in there, but still. Pulev's looking a little bit uncomfortable. He just can't seem to find effective range with his punches. Oh, the ref just ate a little bit of a punch. CHISORA really doing a decent job here with the head movement, but I'm sorry I don't speak that language. CHISORA, yet again, I think takes that round from PULEV, but that's kind of what you'd expect. So far, how do you guys see it? I have it 2 rounds for CHISORA so far. I think it's fair to say that CHISORA has done more work so far. That said, I think looking at PULEV, he seems like he still has some stamina left. Which is not good if you're... not a good thing. So, let's see if PULEV maybe gets a little bit more of a rhythm this round. Oh, CHISORA with a nice jab. Everything's just a little bit sloppy. The head movement of Derek CHISORA is pretty impressive right now. It's doing a good job. It's kind of nullifying the offense of PULEV. How long that will last, I don't know. PULEV, I think, is looking better this round. CHISORA's just trying to be relentless, but he's just not very accurate with that. PULEV's looking at the ref for help, but I don't think he's going to get it. Nice right hand from PULEV. And CHISORA's already looking a little bit tired here in the 3rd round. PULEV's starting to do his work. Question is, can PULEV capitalize right now on CHISORA's output dropping? DJ Sato, thank you for the follow, by the way. PULEV putting some nice combinations together. And it's looking like a PULEV round right now. In terms of quality of work, PULEV's doing a lot better. Derek CHISORA's fighting pretty dirty. They're both hitting behind the head right now. Both rabbit punching. So Pulev looking for that big right hand uppercut. I mean, it's kind of what I expected a little bit, Shrek. To be honest. Chisora kind of always fights like this. Kind of sloppy, kind of lunges. Pulev, though, is, I think he took that round. That was a Pulev. Is trying, yeah. Tire Chisora out and act later. Yeah. Yep. I agree, DJ. I agree with that a lot. I think Chisora started to really look gassed, and we started to see Pulev show his boxing ability in this round really well. I mean, this is exactly kind of what you'd expect. When Chisora has energy, he's really dangerous. Ugly fight like I predicted, yeah. He's really dangerous when he has energy, but when he gets tired, that head movement goes away. And when that head movement goes away, he gets hit with shots from Pulev. So, kind of what I expected. And usually, the first minute of every round, you expect a lot from Chisora. The very first minute, he comes out fast. He comes out trying to land big shots, and then he will fade the rest of the entire round. It's kind of his MO at this point. You got another 30, 40 seconds of Chisora really going hard this round, and then Pulev's just gonna box him the rest of the round. Generally speaking. Chisora sometimes will get a little bit of a wind at the last 30 seconds too of the round, but he kind of takes off a couple minutes sometimes in a round. Good little body shot there from dude. Pulev's now using that reach. And he's not doing anything big. He's just making contact. He's just measuring right now. It's Super Sora. Can keep it. He wins. Yeah, dude, he definitely needs to drop him. Two more rounds. Chisora is just tired already. Pulev's just gonna box. That's such a nice jab to the body. Yeah, that's a great point. He did. And now he's throwing these winging shots that take a lot of energy and don't really land. You know that one of Pulev's ribs is broken already. Are you reading that on that left side? Pulev did one thing that made me a little bit nervous about him. He went like this with his right hand, which sometimes can be a signal for a broken hand or a hurt hand. Ooh, good right hand from Pulev. But he doesn't seem to have an issue with it. But I'm going to continue to watch that right hand, because if he keeps going like this, it's often a sign that he broke his hand. So far, Pulev's doing pretty good. Chisora's making it ugly, but he's not really being effective. I mean, these punch combinations, the work from Pulev is just better quality. He's just looking like the better boxer, which he is. Nice little end of that round. That now makes it a 2-2 even fight right now. Pulev won the last 2 rounds. Pretty convincingly for me. Kind of what you'd expect. You know? Kind of what you'd expect. Pulev is just a better fighter in the sense of just general boxing ability. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I haven't seen anything from Pulev that looks like he's sitting down on his punch. He definitely doesn't look like he's trying to knock him out yet. He looks more like he's just kind of touching, feeling, and just landing points. So, yeah, and the other thing is, too, they just kind of pointed out, Pulev, dude, Tony Bellew has an absolutely perfect scorecard right now, which I don't often say about Tony Bellew. Pulev, I think, knows what he's doing in terms of exactly how he wants this fight to go. And Derek Chisora is just putting his head down and coming forward. Typical Chisora. And the question is, once that head movement really slows down on Chisora, because you remember the first 2 rounds, Pulev couldn't land solid. He couldn't land a jab solid because it was just too much head movement. It was too hard of a target. Now, look at Chisora. He's kind of just walking forward and eating punches. I'd expect Pulev to sit on a couple good shots pretty soon. I would expect that for sure. So, by the way, Shrek, I can guarantee you Snipes is I'm looking at Snipes right now, so he's not that new mod in Discord, by the way. Man, Chisora did a pretty good job of making Pulev miss right there. So, yet again, kind of similar MO this round. I think Pulev hasn't landed as much this round, but Chisora is just kind of sloppy. Great body shots, yeah. And that takes a lot out of big guys like this. At this age. So, a lot of inside fighting from Chisora. This is a tough round to judge right now. Pulev's ending the round well. No, he's not loving those body shots at all. That was a better round for Chisora. That was pretty down the middle. Give that round to Chisora. Pulev missed a lot. Yeah, he did. Oh, that's who it is, Shrek? Did you ask him? Is that how you found out? He's the mod. That's I don't know if that is true. I don't know if that is true. Oh, his Twitch is in his bio. Got it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, dude, they spam so hard on YouTube. You think YouTube would do a better job of that? Man, Pulev is not able to land right now, and CHISORA is doing a good job jabbing this round. Dude, the YouTube bots are bad. Now they're scrapping pretty good this round. Who do I think wins? I think I wanted CHISORA to win, but if he can't get it done after this round, I think Pulev might outbox him. I think right now there's about 3 rounds for CHISORA, 2 rounds for Pulev, and it could definitely turn into more of a Pulev fight the farther it goes. CHISORA by KO would be nice. Best adult sites, they say. You're a Bulgarian, so I'm guessing you're a Pulev fan. The farther we go, man. Nersha, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Further we go into it, the more I think Pulev could definitely easily take this fight. CHISORA. This is what happens though. Every single fight. Ubrin, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. The farther we go into this, I think Pulev just keeps landing better shots. When Derek gets tired, Pulev starts landing good shots. This round is another one of those examples where CHISORA, I think, is landing some good shots, but it's so sloppy. CHISORA only using 1% of his real skills. Oh, come on. This ref is getting on Pulev. That's ridiculous. I don't think Pulev can keep up this offense too much longer. That's true. It's getting harder and harder. How is his right hand? His right hand's okay. There's no pop to it, though. He's not sitting on any of his shots as of right now. Pulev's touching. He's not trying to knock out yet. And that's partially because of the defense of CHISORA. So that round might go to another CHISORA. That might be another CHISORA round. Ivan, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. That might be another CHISORA round. Oh yeah, CHISORA is absolutely exhausted. But Pulev's getting tired as well. This is the first time in the entire fight Pulev sat down. He sat down for the first time because he's getting mauled by CHISORA. And he's getting pushed around a lot and he's getting headbutt. Right now, the result, fight's not done. Unofficially, I would probably say that CHISORA is winning right now. Probably 4-2. CHISORA is probably winning as of right now. But let's see if Pulev maybe comes back. I think it's very likely. Pep, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So if CHISORA can keep this up, it's really going to be tough. Slowly forgetting about body attacks. Yep. That's pretty much CHISORA's MO. Forgets. Oh, there was a nice little body shot from CHISORA. Pulev is just working off the back foot and looking very uncomfortable. I know if CHISORA legit wins, it's a huge win for him. Pulev's doing a nice job using that left hand to kind of control distance, but he's not really landing anything right now in this round with that right hand. You know? Pulev landing some shots here, but they're just not enough. Let's see if he can continue. He throws a straight right and then tries to use it as a leap, you know, looping left hand and right hand, but just first time I've seen you from UK because it's say you like CHISORA. I'm from the US. I like Chisora just because I think he's hilarious, but I think Pulev should win this fight technically. Nice shot right there from Pulev. Nice little uppercut. Chisora slowing down at the last minute. Let's see if Pulev takes over a little bit. Pulev's grabbing a lot right now. He's not throwing enough punches. Oh, good right hand from Chisora. Pulev is tired. This is looking like a Chisora round again. There's a cut. There's a big cut underneath the eye of Pulev right now from Chisora that could be from a headbutt. Luckily, it's underneath the eye, not above it. Another short left hand from Chisora. Chisora's winning this round. I don't know if that cut's going to affect Pulev, but it is bleeding pretty good. Good right hand. Good body shot from Chisora. Pulev's fighting off the back foot, though. He's not looking hurt, but he's still not liking this right now. This is a lot of energy for Chisora. Let's see what happens from here. So, that was a lot of energy. That was a lot of energy for Chisora. He might slow down drastically in this next round, which could be, oh, that cut is above the eye on the eyelid of Pulev. That is not a good spot. Let's see. Let's see if it's from a headbutt. Oh. Interesting fight. What do you think about the last match between Chisora and Pulev? I think the right man won. I think Pulev won for a reason. That was more of an arm hit, yeah. But that cut is not good. That is a bad spot for a cut. That is a bad cut over Pulev's eye. And that eye is swollen. They are getting the, are they going to get the doctors in here? If this goes to the if the doctor stops this fight and it, oh, they're just mopping up the water. Okay. That is a bad cut over the left eye of Pulev right now. His corner did a nice job cleaning it up, though. His corner did a really good job stopping the bleeding. But if Chisora can land something on it, let's see how badly it bleeds, because it could bleed right into his eyes. Pulev coming out nice, cool, calm, collected, nice right hand right there. Good jabs from Pulev. So far, Chisora's kind of sitting back a little bit this round. Nice little body shot from Pulev. Kind of what I expected from Chisora. He's very tired after that last round. Pulev's trying to connect. He's not quite able to land clean shots, but his volume's better this round. More punches coming out of Pulev. And he's hating the style of Chisora right now. Good 1-2 from Pulev. He's making Chisora go back a little bit, which I think really helps. Chisora continuing to jab to the body, which I like. Pulev is lucky that eye has not gotten worse this round so far. Minute 20 left. Yeah, that cut woke him up exactly. So, landed punches, technically Pulev has landed more, but that really doesn't matter, because it's very minimal difference. But this is a good round for Pulev. This is definitely a Pulev round. He's landing some good shots here. Chisora just looks tired and is fighting very dirty. Pulev with a nice right hand. Chisora's hurt. Chisora's hurt. Pulev's going in for the kill. Uh-oh. Chisora's stunned a little bit. Pulev hit him with a nice right hand. Big uppercut from Pulev. Pulev's trying to knock him out. And the end of the round. Holy shit. What a great round, ma'am. This is not good for Chisora. He used so much energy. That's a huge Pulev round. If Pulev wins the next couple rounds, he probably could win this fight. It's pretty close so far. That's probably the, oh yeah, huge right hand uppercut from Pulev. That might be his best shot. That's by far the best shot Pulev has landed this fight. Finally caught him with that good uppercut. Yeah, exactly, dude. He definitely did. Man, that if you're Chisora's corner, you got to tell him, gotta jab and hit that eye, get that blood flowing. Just focus on that eye of Pulev. Chisora took that round off. Let's see if he comes out aggressive this round. After getting hit like that, Chisora might be a little bit more aggressive. Nice body work from Chisora. Nice right hand from Pulev. Another right hand from Pulev. Pulev cannot miss with that right hand. Chisora throws a Hail Mary in there. I don't think Pulev's hurt, though. Another good right hand from Pulev. Pulev cannot miss with that right hand right now. Oh, big shot from Derek Chisora. I think someone might get knocked out this fight because they're both landing big leather now. Oh, another big right hand from Chisora. He's just winging that shot. Pulev looks like a little bit hurt. Pulev's on the back foot. Another right hand from Chisora. Body shot from Chisora. They're exhausted at this point. Both landing huge shots right now. Huge shots. Chisora's landing big looping right hands. And Pulev's landing good straight rights. Harry, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Chisora coming alive this round. You can see Chisora stopping him. It very much could happen. The fact that that left hand's so low. Oh, another big right hand by Chisora. Pulev looks at the ref for help. He's not going to get it. I don't know how Pulev's taking those shots, man. I mean, Pulev landed some good right hands. Some really good right hands. Man. Chisora's losing the game. I think right now Chisora might be technically up. Oh, another huge right hand. Yeah, Pulev ain't stepping on the gas, that's for sure. But he's had some good shots. Pulev doing a nice job at the end of this round. Tasho, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Pulev is winning. I think I'd have probably Chisora up right now. This is a hell of a good round right now. That round was so good. That was fantastic round, man. Both guys landed huge shots. Pulev, I thought, was going to knock him out at the very start of this round because he had some huge right hands right on the chin. Huge shots. CHISORA deserves this win. If he can last, he can win this fight. The question is, how does he look these next couple rounds? It's a good... By the way, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. This is a big couple rounds right here. This is gonna really decide everything. Right now, Tony Bellew has it 86-85, slight favor for CHISORA. I don't think that's a bad card, actually. I'd say this is a pretty close fight. So, Steve, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Very, very, very good fight so far. It's really heated up in this late. I did not expect it to heat up like this at the end of the fight. Pulev is dangerous, though. Miro, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Pulev is dangerous right now because he's landing that right hand. And that's very scary. CHISORA is landing that looping right, which he loves to throw, that overhand. Nice body work from CHISORA. Dude, yeah, Pulev has an amazingly good chin. Because some of those shots would absolutely knock him out. I don't know if I am going to watch that fight. It depends. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, but... Right now, I would say who's winning rounds so far. I would say there's a slight favor for CHISORA. Just ever so slightly. Pulev's eye starting to bleed a little bit more here. Is there another cut? Is there another cut on Pulev? Pulev is looking tired. CHISORA looks exhausted. Good right hand from Pulev. Pulev had a huge round, almost knocked out CHISORA. Then CHISORA came back the last round. It's crazy. Score, it's 86-85. Roughly. Unofficial. Watch AJ versus Usyk too? Absolutely we will. We do live streams for every major boxing event as well as UFC. So if you're new to the channel, thanks for stopping by. We always do this for all the big boxing matches, all the big UFC fights. Wow. Pulev's doing pretty well at the end of this round right now. He might steal this round. CHISORA just lands a huge overhand right. There's another cut, it looks like, that opened up on Pulev. On the other eye, the right eye in the corner. That's what I think too. I think Usyk will probably get the knockout, but we'll see. Good shots from Pulev right now. CHISORA's doing single shots that he's firing out of the corner right now. Think this might be a... Oh, good right hand again. Some late shots from both guys. Who you got? Usyk versus AJ. Or AJ. I got Usyk. Usyk's just too talented, I think. If he keeps... There's another cut that is open now on Pulev. On the inside corner of the right eye. He has a massive cut over the left eye. It's not good for Pulev. Never a dull moment in CHISORA's fight. That's right. We're going into round 11. Both landed huge shots that round. That's a really, really, really tough round to decide. It being in the UK does not help Pulev, but man, cut here, I should say cut here for Pulev, cut here for Pulev. That is not good. AJ can win if he works the body. That's his only hope. Because if he can't stop the head movement, he gets eaten alive. Height is not going to matter in the end. Who is winning right now? CHISORA is probably winning by a round or two at best. The ref is Derek's cousin. CHISORA is winning right now, probably ever so slightly. But it's a very close fight. It's the gift that just keeps on giving. That's right. Lulu, that's 100% right. What are the points? Probably 87, 85. Roughly. These are all rough. I mean, hey, maybe we get a third fight between them. Have the earlier rounds been quality? Actually, the earlier rounds were not as great, so you actually came in at the right time, Carl. He does have an iron body. He's taking some crazy body shots. He has a really good chin. He's taken some huge shots from CHISORA. I can't believe either guy hasn't gotten knocked out yet with some of the shots they've both landed. Good right hand there, right there from PULEV. Another good right hand from PULEV. Let's see if PULEV tries to go for that right hand uppercut that landed and hurt CHISORA badly. Another right hand from PULEV. Good body shot from PULEV. CHISORA's in the corner right now. PULEV's laying it on him. CHISORA's got to do something this round because so far PULEV just stacked up a couple points. Yeah, he is an animal, man. PULEV right now winning this round. He's just doing the better boxing, landing cleaner shots. And CHISORA is tired. So tired. We got about 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the fight for the 11th round. Nice right hand from PULEV. CHISORA comes back trying to work the body. PULEV yet again lands a right hand. CHISORA throws a big Hail Mary right hand. Yeah, I think he needs some uppercuts as well. Charlie, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. PULEV's better this round. PULEV's better this round. You got it if it goes to points. It depends how these next 2 rounds go. PULEV's winning this round right now. It's basically going to come down to the 12th round. Whoever wins the 12th round wins this fight, I think. PULEV doing the better work this round. PULEV's doing the better boxing. CHISORA looks exhausted, and he's just not throwing anything of quality at this point. PULEV's doing a nice job of keeping those cuts clean. He has 2 massive cuts, and neither one of them are bleeding. His corner's doing a good job of treating them. Right now, PULEV's going to steal this round, round 11. Going into the final round. Final round will probably decide this fight. So, if you're new to the channel, thanks for stopping by. We do this for every major boxing event and UFC fight. So thanks for being here. Thanks for being great in the chat and having a good time and talking about all the fights and what's going on. I appreciate that. So, let's see. Last round. You know CHISORA is going to come out like a madman to start the round. If PULEV can hang on, he could win this fight. This is really, really, really tough. PULEV has to be careful at the start of the round. Those cuts are huge. Those are, it's going to get stitches on both eyelids. Expect CHISORA to come out like a madman. I think if PULEV can hold off and then box the rest of the 2 minutes, he wins this fight. Tony Bellew unofficially has CHISORA up by 1 round, 105 to 104. That's unofficial scorecards. CHISORA comes out like a madman right now. PULEV spins him around. Nothing yet from either guy. No one's landed anything significant. CHISORA's just throwing absolutely huge bombs, but they're not landing. Right now, good right hand from PULEV. Let's see. We got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Let's see if PULEV can keep landing that right hand like he just did. Another good right hand. Good body shot from CHISORA. Favorite heavyweight boxer you're talking about currently or of all time? All time, it's Joe Louis. Almost a huge uppercut from Pulev. Chisora's winging punches, not landing anything, though. G Hunt, thanks for the follow, by the way. Chisora's breathing really heavy. Pulev's breathing really heavy. Derek trying to do some inside boxing. Joe Louis is my favorite heavyweight of all time. And I would say currently, I'd probably say Usyk's probably my favorite. But if we go with younger fighters that haven't quite hit their top peak. Oh, huge right hand from Chisora. I'd go with Jared Big Baby Anderson. Good uppercut from Pulev, though. This is a really good... Pulev's just landing more punches right now, but Chisora's winging huge. Yeah, both are very tired. Chisora's trying to wing punches. Oh, good body shots. Here comes Chisora with some offense, but he's just backing off, and Pulev's coming in. Nice little body shots. I can't tell you until I see the rest of the round. Chisora's doing better right at this moment. Pulev did better at the early start of it. Pulev can't land anything right this second, but Chisora's not landing anything either. Chisora might squeak this out. It's so close, though. That to me is basically a draw, man. That might be. You think split decision Chisora's? So look, okay. I think that might be. I would probably have that almost a draw. That was so close. That's probably as close as you can get to a draw. That said, it's in the UK. Great fight. Absolutely. Mihail, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. And you immediately break chat rules. Oops. Wrong person got timed out. My bad. My bad. So I'm gonna probably predict this is probably gonna be Chisora win, split decision, or just slightly. Reason being that it's in the UK. I think it's basically a draw. I'd have to probably watch it again to give an accurate. I think punches landed might go to Pulev, so technically you could go off of that if you wanted to. You know, it's just so close, super close. So it's in the UK with UK judges. I'm probably gonna say Chisora probably gets it by a hair. I could see a draw. I would probably have it as a draw. Because I think Pulev probably pulled out that last round. I think you could probably give that last round to Pulev. Very, very close fight, though. And then you start getting really nitpicky. Didn't book. Oh, yeah, book a ticket for this match. Last time I went to a Pulev match was against Klitschko, and we all know how that ended. That was a good one, though. Yeah, it was. I'll tell you this much. For two guys, I mean, Pulev's 41, Derek Chisora is 38 years old. You got your money's worth. Pretty entertaining. Pretty entertaining. Hell of a good fight, though. Hell of a good fight. See the judges' scorecards? $116, $112 Pulev. Oh! $116, $112 CHISORA. It's going to be a split decision. Oh! $116, $114 final score goes to CHISORA. They gave it to him. Yep. I told you it's in the UK. I told you it's in the UK. I told you. Now, let me just be clear about this, okay? If you're upset that Pulev lost, right? First of all, split decision, so it's not like he got completely robbed. Second of all, he fought with 2 cuts. Third of all, it could open it up for a third fight. Could open it up for a third fight. So, there is that. There is that. You got to keep that in mind. There could be a third fight. You know? It's, well, I mean, dude, it's matchroom judges. Come on. One's a 41-year-old, one's a 38-year-old. I would say Eddie Hearns probably would prefer the Englishman to win. You know? I know, 8-point swing. I know. It's, look, it doesn't matter if it's in the UK or if it's in the US. US has still the same problem with judges as well. To be fair, it happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. It happens in Australia. It happens everywhere. So, you know, one lone wolf or one loaf. Thanks for the follow. Cards were 116, 112 for Pulev. It was then like 116, 112 for CHISORA, then 116, 114 for CHISORA. It wasn't a robbery. It was a split decision. I mean, 116, 114 is a that's literally him winning by 1 round. That's a super, super close fight. And now we can get the third fight. We can get the trilogy. So, that was a crazy close fight. I mean, you got to remember, Pulev almost knocked him out. Couple takes, a couple people said hometown calling DAZN and home cooking on these cards. This sport really is fucking joke sometimes. And that comes from an American. Most people are saying I'm looking right now at most people are saying CHISORA by 1. Extremely close, most people are saying on Twitter. Extremely close. It was a good fight. Yeah, exactly. Draw. A lot of people saying draw / rematch. So, if you're a Pulev fan, I mean, no one thinks that he easily won, that's for sure. He doesn't want Wilder. He's handmade for Wilder. So, solid fight overall. Maybe we'll get the trilogy. I don't know. But hopefully you guys had a good time. If you're new to the channel, we do this for every big boxing match, for every single big UFC. Go say hi to my buddy Snipes. We're gonna do a quick raid to Snipes, give him a little bit of love, and raid him. So go say hi to him. He's a great streamer. We'll probably see you maybe later today, but most likely probably next weekend. So hopefully you guys had a good time, and we'll see you guys next week. So good fight.